soon. Slowly. What is up? Woo! It is Wednesday, and I'm not even gonna lie. I am tired. This is I might have to second guess Wednesdays. I don't know if I have enough energy to get through the hump and do this or later. You know what? I should try other days to do the podcast and whatnot. Maybe try a weekend day. I really can't do early times. Like I see some people doing some early days. So unless it's on the weekend, but I don't really want to jump on here so early on the weekend. Last Call Podcast, Wednesday. We got some stuff to discuss. Try to do maybe a tight hour. And, call it a day. I am trying to go to bed so early today. It's not even funny, man. Had a late night last night. Nothing exciting, just a late night. Busy work day today. Had a little time. This must have been it. A little bit of my downtime before putting on the podcast. And, when you get still for a little bit, that's when things just kind of settle in and, your brain is a little deactivated. So now you got to reactivate a little bit, so you could get through some of the topics and whatnot. Glad that you tuned in. If you are here, wherever you're watching from, we'll post the stream line so you could tap in. Actually, I'll do that in a little bit. Got a few shows in now. So if you would be so kind, check out some of the previous posts that I have. Some of the lives, some of the videos, some of the podcasts. I don't think I did much on the community tab this week. I did a short, and of course, we're going to go into it in a little bit. Did a short on the Iron Mike Tyson, and I'm not really good. That's not going to be really a huge section here. I just want to round up on a couple things that we touched on last week, and of course, over the weekend we had the fight. And, I think the hype is all over now, which is great. So, I said some things last time and I put some things in my short. I know a lot of people don't necessarily see the short either, so I'm not going to hold you to that. So if you are new here, you're returning, however you got here, thank you for being here. And do me a favor, like, share, subscribe, play me in the background. You don't got to be sitting around AirPods on or whatever. Put me on in the kitchen when you're cooking something. Even going to the gym, even if you run a few miles, I wouldn't listen to me while I was running either. Don't worry about it. But without further ado, after we get that house cleaning, keeping stuff out of the way, let's let's move on to a couple of things. So, who saw my thumbnail this week? Had to go with another old school one. No real necessarily there's a theme for the month or anything like that. I've used a few old school ones. Last week I had the Fat Boys. Went through that as well. Let me type this up as I'm talking to you guys here. What did I have before that one? For the Fat Boys one. I can't even remember. I'm trying to look at that too. Well, I had another old school one in there. Maybe it'll come up later. Wow, I'm not gonna lie, I am tired. I just want to do this just for fun. I did a little bit of this last week. Last week I started the digging in the crates. Where not every week, but every once in a while, I want to throw some music at you, just for memory's sake. Something that I probably have in rotation. To have a huge library of all types of music, and if I feel so inspired of something that I want to share, something you maybe forgot about, something you should put back into your rotation and check out again. I want to go through that. But, even though there is a lot of music out there, I don't want to make it a weekly thing and bore you guys with that. But I'll tell you what I'm feeling. Actually, there was a movie I was talking about at work. I don't even know how we got on the subject. Obviously, we weren't working. Should I go ahead and recommend? I'll hold on to that recommendation for now. But it's a movie that I really liked and interesting from this actor who had passed away. A little young dude, just starting in his career. He seemed like a very well-regarded actor in Hollywood, but young dude who lost his life. I'm in a tragic and obscure way, I don't want to pull up his name now because I'm gonna mess it up. But maybe I'll play the trailer. And dude that's in it, guy that played Frodo, that dude. Forgetting his name too, but he's in the movie. I don't even want to give out the name because I don't want you jumping to it while I'm going through this. All right. So the cover that you see is this dude, the Biz Markie. I met dude. I met him once. He's either real tired. He was hanging at an airport, and I was picking somebody up with a friend of mine, and a lot of people were kind of just around this other, I guess, celebrity at the time. And Biz was just chilling in the car, so I went to Biz. Was like, "What was up, man?" And liked his stuff. He looked half asleep anyway, man. Kind of like, how if he, he has a sense of humor and all that, but he definitely was not showing that day. Which, of course, you're gonna get tired and whatever it is, but he was cool enough. All right, so let me see if this thing is showing here for you guys. Oh, that's not even the album. Let me see if I do something else. So there you see the cover that I used for, and I'm just paying more homage to some of the old school stuff. It might be a movie, might be an album, might be something like that. Just something that I like and want to slap Last Call on there, so it's going to be my podcast and all that good stuff. So Biz Markie, name of his album back then, or the tape, is Biz Markie, Goin Off. Now this is kind of what a portion of hip hop was like. You had your Public Enemy, I think, released at that time as well. Nop'em Rush the Show. It wouldn't be I think it would be Takes a Nation of Millions may have been released around the same time. And, that's the one I used, Bear of a Black Planet, about 2 weeks ago. Boom, told you I remember. And, you're not looking for great lyrics. You're not looking for any of that 80s, 90s deal. This is on the block, hanging out, corner block party sort of deal, man. Just fun stuff. But you got a lot of bangers on this. What would be considered bangers from back in the day? All right, let me go through a couple with you. This is one that people played picking. This is what you could do back in the day. People think music is crazy now with the subjects that they put on, but literally his first track that he has on this album is Picking Boogers. All right. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? You know, one of those. Just a little funny. And then that's what Biz was known for. Some of the comedy, good beats. You know, one of his famous ones that I don't think he could make $1 off of was Just a Friend, right? Biz was responsible for a lot of that copyright stuff coming in and being affected. And definitely affected him and getting paid and everything. And respected him as well, you know. Shout out Biz Markie. Couple more hits from this. I'm not going to make it all about this, but I said if I was going to use something. Oh. If I was going to use something in some sort of a reference, I would, you know, try to give it a little attention. Plus, the dude passed away, and, you know, one of these guys that you may have forgotten in a while. So, Biz is going off. Almost all of these were kind of popular at the time. You know, you were lucky to get about 3-4 big hits from a so-so album back in the day. But all of these were big. You could throw them at a party, throw them on at a party these days. You go, Return of the Biz Dance. Remember that? Biz is going off. I think there was even a video for that too. I wish I could play a little snippet from each of these, but you know, I got a lot of warnings lately, so I'm just kind of chill out on that. Biz going off. Return of the Biz Dance. I don't so much remember that one. You guys all remember this. Snoop did you know, he paid homage to this. You know, on Snoop, every album that he had, he kind of does an old school one. He did Slick Rick on his first Doggy Style album or CD when by the time he came out. So almost here all the way till the end. Again, you had Albee Square Mall, Biz is going off, Vapors, when he's on a boat. You had the Big Daddy Kane on there, his whole crew. Snoop again did it on his second album, The Dog Father. Make the music with your mouth, Biz. Make the music with your mouth. You know, I'm not gonna sing. I'm not a singer, man. So please don't. You don't have to give me any compliments or any condemnation as well. I already know I don't have those skills. All right. So back off. Hey, we got a special guest in the house. What is up, Empress? I was doing that the other week. I was fooling around with my sounds, which I really don't have official sounds. It just comes from another program. But I was doing like this fake applause thing, more or less just checking out the sound. I could hear it on my side. Like, I don't even know if that came through. So I'm doing that, and I'm doing my applause and everything. And I'm like, thank you. So all anybody is hearing on that side is thank you. But they're not hearing the applause. So I look like even more of a lunatic. But, you know, it's all fun. It's not professional broadcasting. This is amateur podcasting. Anyway, I don't know why I'm spending so much time on this. But you remember the Vapors, Make the Music with Your Mouth, Biz Dance, kind of like a little interlude deal. Then this is the one that everybody likes, right? Nobody beats the Biz. Nobody beats the Biz. That was just big around the way. And something for the radio, of course. Trying to think what sample they used from that. That was a good little song too, man. Anyway, just showing you that this is what I use for the thumbnail. So, you know, I want to give it a little due respect and maybe remind you to go check it out for some little fun hip hop, how it used to be back in the day. Now, let me do this awful rewind thing that I have to do over here. Yeah, I brought it up last time. So I'm not spending a lot of time talking about this nonsense. All right. I made my predictions last time. I didn't even see the fight in its entirety because I just, you know, don't really feel like I have to. But even I was surprised. So let me just go back to a couple things. I'll reiterate my prediction, and then we'll talk about the crap, and then we'll finally put it to rest. All right. So, of course, we're talking about the Tyson-Paul fight. Because I made a video, I just want to find a way where I could sort of cut out a lot of the things that I already said before, before going into this fight. I don't know why my throat all this dry. Hang on, guys. All right. So, heard about this fight. Man, I was eating something spicy before. Hang on. Which is not a good thing to do if you're going to do this. So I think I might learn from that today. So if you're like me, coming from the old school, Mike Tyson was, the Iron Mike is a deal. All right. Don't try to act like he was just some boxer. We got saturated with all types of fights and events over the years where, of course, if you're not around, and I relate it to the LeBron Jordan debate, you can't judge Jordan the way he played if you're just watching some YouTube videos. And even if you are, he's damn near, he's impressive, right? So when I heard of this crap, I just thought it was going to be a money grab, a little social media event, because that's still what I consider the other guy. And more or less, that's what it was. That's what we were looking at. Ever since Mike Tyson, quote unquote, retired, he's become a social media guy, an icon, and a totally different person than he was in the 80s and 90s when he was fighting, when he was active, right? So there's no way a reasonable mind could go into this fight, be a spectator, and think you're getting a quality fight or you're getting prime Mike. All right. And I'll tell you, man, I even got, I fooled myself with this because getting closer to the fight, I wanted some of the nostalgia that I had when I used to watch Mike Tyson fight or anything about Mike Tyson, right? You still, even though I got older, everybody else got older, you don't quite consider these guys getting older as well. Some part of me is like, Tyson back in the ring, but we didn't think of how much time has passed. It's not like Tyson has been training all the way up to his 58 years. You could say he had a good couple decades of debauchery, admitted, and there's no judgment here at all, but heavy drug usage and, not treating himself too good, unfortunate loss of, I think it was a daughter, don't quote me on that, but, that hit him and tailspinned him as well, and all that time is not training. So I think mentally, you kind of think you could go back to those times and perform the way you did with a certain amount of training. Because no doubt, he looked good, and he looked good in the gym and the workouts and everything like that. But I think it's one of those cases, your eyes are bigger than your appetite, right? It appeals to all the other senses, but the reality of it just wasn't there. And I'm glad he did it only because, he got a bag. He got some money for the fight. It brought some attention to the stuff. I don't like that he had to fight. I don't consider Jake Paul a boxer. I think he just had 10 or 11 fights or whatever. He's a social media guy. He needs to do this. He's young. He's got energy to do that. So, good for you, man. Do your thing over there. But this is exactly what it was. It was just a social media hype fight where now they could do the sponsorship, they could get paid what they or speaking more in the Tyson term, get paid more like what he was supposed to be getting paid, even though he got a grip. That money didn't really come to him, and it was definitely heavily filtered by the devil there, Don King, right? So I never understood this game. You gotta work your way up to fight Mike Tyson, and you gotta beat this little white dude going all the way up over there. But whatever. All right. So anyway, I'm trying to wrap this up. My prediction was Tyson in 4 rounds. And I, even now, I could admit a lot of that was just wishful thinking, thinking I was going to get the old Mike Tyson back. You know, it was nice about it. I don't know if you saw the clips. Sorry, man. I'm not even sick like that. It's all this talking that I wouldn't normally do. Yeah, you know, it was nice about the whole thing. Before the fight, Mike Tyson had a nice little visit from Lennox Lewis and Evander Holyfield, his former opponent, you know, and that's also a nice thing to see also, right? People maturing, growing up, you know, do the full circle of life. They come around and now they're comrades after being combatants. And that was a very cool thing to see too. And, you know, I don't really care about anything else. I never really have to go back to that. Will Mike Tyson fight again? I don't know. Maybe for something different, maybe some charity, maybe one of his old opponents, something like that, something for charity, but nothing that's going to count against his record or, as people are trying to say, ruin his legacy. I don't think this ruined his legacy at all. Mike Tyson is still Mike. He's still the person I remember way back, and that's where his record shows to me, right? Back in those days. So, it's a lot of hoopla, but at least he got. Hey. All right, so let's move on from that. Couple things. Wow. Last time, I believe we were just on the heels of Veterans Day. I came across this article. I thought it was pretty neat. And we just got a few articles that I want to go through and something that's in social media. If anybody shows up, you could throw your opinion to me. See how you feel about it. I'm definitely going to tell you how I feel about it. All right. So, because this was on the heels of Veterans Day, and I did a little, I forgot the article I did then, but I spoke about it. Oh, that was about, they gave, wow, I'm tired. Sorry if I am pausing a lot, and I think those things aren't at the tip of my tongue. It's because I'm struggling right now. I had the coffee, had a little bit of food before I came on here, and I am still kind of I'm fighting my eyes and everything here. So excuse me if even more than usual, I am looking for names and references and all of that stuff. All right. I got a little schedule of things that I want to talk about and express my opinion on. And even with that in front of my face, I'm struggling a little bit. So bear with me. All right. So yeah, since it was on the heels of Veterans Day last week, I did the article of Harriet Tubman, where they finally, and I gave my opinion there, so I'm not going to go through the whole thing yet, but they posthumously awarded her general for her contributions as a Union soldier in the Civil War. All right. I feel like I'm doing a class here. I realize what other people are doing online. And, one article that I'm going to go through is kind of like what they're doing in social media. But this is like, don't fall asleep on me or put me on while you're falling asleep if you want to, or when you're driving, or again, like you're making dinner. This is not a fun Hollywood sleuth type a program right now, but I get it. This is things that I want to go through. All right, so we're gonna go through it, and do me a favor as I go through. Like, share, and subscribe for me. All right, so let's get to the rest of this. So I thought it might be nice in continuation from that General Tubman article. This is something that kind of jumps in the news once in a while, right? What we're looking at right here is known only to God. Unmarked burial investigated during the search for victims of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Burial number 3, C.L. Daniel. Now, if you don't know about the Tulsa Race Massacre, and I'm glad they're putting that there because somewhere down here in the article, they refer to it as a race riot. It was not a race riot, all right? It was a race massacre. Do yourself a favor if you only heard about this, and if even you don't know about it, go ahead and maybe one day might be nice if there's something coming up. Not nice, but could probably go through a documentary that's all about it too. All right. Very quickly, in 1921, there was a race massacre where one of the most, not even just Black community, but American community, prosperous American community was burnt down, and many people died. Again, but it's not the only one. Many of these towns suffered and were burnt to a crisp, and people killed, lynched, again, because of racial segregation and discrimination and prejudice. And that's what the Tulsa Race Massacre was all about. All right. And up to this day, even with admitted atrocities, people, only a couple survivors now, have never been compensated for this terrible act that was committed upon them. But do me a favor, I'm not going to try to educate you on the whole thing. There's plenty of information out there. So if you kind of want something to go to the tip of the rabbit hole before you jump in there and just kind of educate yourself on it, it's definitely an interesting story. And also keep in mind, this happened in every state in America, many cities where even during segregation, there were racial massacres because they didn't want them there, right? All right. So I might as well just do what I do and read a couple of these. C.L. Daniel was serving in the U.S. Army at Camp Gordon in Georgia during World War I. Then he suffered a serious leg injury and was honorably discharged in 1919. Now, I think I even said it in this, not this podcast, but along a number of podcasts, when Black soldiers were coming back, colored soldiers, they said, they weren't giving the same right. First of all, they weren't given the same rights because it was segregation, but they definitely weren't given any retirement packages or any pensions for their service as well. So they had to come back and find work, and often, lost homes, lost status, all that stuff. As a vet, they certainly didn't treat them well. I wish I remember the name, but remember just maybe a month or two ago, there was a soldier in the news, and I think the family didn't have the money to bring their loved one home. And what the bikers united in America and those states did was, because I guess many of them are vets too, they organized to carry the ashes of the one soldier across 2 state lines to be picked up by another biker gang or club, whatever you believe there, and then drive again to the other state line to deliver him and make sure that his family received his ashes. So some good things do happen. And again, we have the arguments, are some of these good things that happen in history, particularly like 100 years ago when we honor people, is it too little too late? I don't know. So let me just go ahead and continue reading this here. Daniel made his way to Ogden, Utah to help build railroad tracks, his family believes. However, he soon became desperate to access his disability benefits from the federal government. Wow, I can't even focus reading. So he could afford to get home to his mother in Newham, Georgia. All right. So again, trouble with his benefits. He got disabled by the war defending this country. Comes back home, could barely get the care. Daniel, who's black, expressed his needs in a letter dated February 25th, 1921, to the U.S. War Department. Dear sir, please send me NOF money to get me a job and eat with till I get better. Send now. I am asking for. I need it long ways from home, and send me copy to of my record. I guess it would be. I'm reading it exactly, just in case you're listening to me and you're not following along. This is how the gentleman spelled last in the day. So, maybe he obviously, first of all, it was illegal to learn to get a proper education and whatnot. So he's doing the best that he could in this. For my record, for proof to these peoples, I have a poor mother in state of Georgia, town of Newnham, the letter said. All right. If it's unclear if Daniel ever received those benefits, he said it's unclear if he ever received those benefits. All right. So it says for some reason he stopped in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where the race massacre would erupt. His family says. During the violence that happened over 2 days, May 31st and June 1st, 1921, a mob destroyed an affluent black community. As many as 300 people were killed. And there's a picture of it happening, I guess, in those days. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. But I just want to get through, the purpose of this article. So he was born in he was in his 20s. So they killed. They didn't matter in this massacre who they killed or who they got rid of. They got rid of a U.S. soldier, man. So let's continue going through this. More than 100 years later, the city of Tulsa honored Daniel at a memorial service last week after his remains were excavated in a mass grave investigation at Tulsa. So they're doing investigations, which means they're digging up people, trying to find out more of their identities and stuff. What will become of this other than just identifying them? I wonder if this gentleman has any family left to even celebrate that. Or if they even knew where he was, or if that letter even got where it was supposed to go in the first place. An investigation aims to identify the remains of certain unmarked graves and determine whether the remains were those of victims of the race massacre. Daniel, who investigators concur was the victim of the massacre, is the first person to be identified out of 46 people who were exhumed since the city broke ground at the ceremony in 2020, state archaeologist Carrie Stakelbeck said. So isn't that interesting? Is this all in ways to, of course, you always want to name the unidentified. You want to do that especially through tragic circumstances. And is it a way for Oklahoma to right their wrongs as well? Who knows? The circumstances of Daniel's death are unknown, Stakelbeck said. His remains showed no signs of gunshot wounds, he said. There's many other ways to affect you back then also, right? It's a sad thing. So let's go. DNA analysis remains to connect him with his family. That's going to be interesting. I'm going to want to follow this. I don't want to read the whole thing out here. It's going to take like a bunch of hours, but definitely like where it's going. Circumstances are unknown. This is a very old case, obviously. We're simply looking at it from the fact that these people deserve to be found and reunited with their families. Unreal. 5 of Daniel's descendants traveled to Tulsa for the memorial service. The memorial paid tribute to Daniel and other unidentified people who were exhumed in the investigation. A special monument was erected in the cemetery, and headstones will be installed for each burial. I'm getting a phone call. I'll get it later. All right. So there it is. I can't really do the close-up to see what it says in there, but, Yeah, great that you're doing that, but what are you doing? Imagine the legacy and what could have happened in this town if it wasn't burnt to a crisp. Like, just that brings up a lot. I didn't want to get that deep into it, really. I keep going here. Bittersweet, blah 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 blah. Family talking a few things. You can look this up if you need to. The letter found in the National Archives states CL was killed in the race riot in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. All right, so they identified somebody and they're trying to right their wrongs. Is it enough? I don't know. I don't really think so. Now, there's something else going on, though. I want to get on to this dude over here. Gentleman by the name of Brandon Durham. Let's take a little breather. It's a lot of information we're kicking out, right? I know, man. I know. I realize it's not the fun stuff other people are putting out. But it's some stuff with information, you know? A little recap, a little newsy news stuff. Is what it is. And holy moly, we're already at 37 minutes. I guess we got enough to do a tight hour. Try to do that. And see what else I put up this week. And hopefully it's enough for people to chill and check it out. But let's get to this. There was a police shooting death of an individual. Individual, as you see there, by the name of Brandon Durham. This story has a bunch of stuff attached to it. It really, really does, man. Some things that are going to concern you if you haven't heard. Some things that are going to make you question, but this guy's lifestyle, and maybe you might have biased feelings towards some of the way that he lived his life. I don't know if I quite had an article. Did you know? Should I put that up there? Let me see. Let me see what these guys are saying with this. Make sure it's on there for you.
Brandon Durham's family is still trying to make sense of how this happened, and while they do that, they're hoping the responding police officer will be arrested for shooting him too.
I've never been so upset, so sad, so frustrated in my life. For everything, all at the same time.
In an emotional interview, Brandon Durham's domestic partner sharing a glimpse of what the past week has been like since the 43-year-old was shot and killed by a Metro police officer.
20 to 35, 10 medium build.
It was just after midnight on November 12th when Durham called 911 to report somebody had broken into his home. Moments later, Metro officer Alexander Bookman entered the house to find Durham struggling with an intruder. That intruder would be later identified as 31-year-old Alejandra Boudreau.
Hey, drop the knife!
But not even 2 seconds after giving that command, the altercation came to an abrupt ending when Bookman shot Durham in the head.
All right. I'm surprised they showed so much of that. So I want to go over a couple things real quick. This is a crazy, let me turn this down. I'm already a little distracted as I am tired over here. So there's a couple things I found out about this case. All right. And I'm kind of reserving a certain sort of judgment on this. Just judgment in general to be able to get through this story. But up to this point, let me see if I got some of the details, some of the bits and pieces that I've read about this story. All right. So I believe it's the guy there Actually, the shorter guy on the right is Brandon Durham. It's suspected Brandon is about 180 something pounds, and the woman who is actually the perpetrator, the guilty party, and I'll get into why. Not just that I think she's guilty, that she actually said that she's guilty as well. She's about a 200, I think about 240 or so. So even when you're looking at this picture, and as I was looking at it myself, I was like, almost by what it looks like, the person in the red, which again is the woman, kind of looks like the aggressor, even though the hands are not around the neck. Like, if you look a little closer, both their hands are wrapped around a knife. All right. Now, let's back this weird story up a little bit. What's up, Keeper? And Empress, you're back. All right. So with this guy, and it could be a cautionary tale as well, right? Of kind of how you do people, how you live your life. But again, not all these things deserve a death sentence. And again, I'm nobody's judge for it, right? And so this dude, Brandon, he is somewhat of a playa individual, right? Even they're saying this in the news. He had many women. He lived with his daughter. You know, he was an independent dude, but kind of what I think about this generation and dating with social media and all this kind of stuff. You just have your hands in anything. You're flying people in. You're talking to multiple partners. You know, this and that. That comes with a lot of shit. That comes with stuff that, especially if you're being dishonest and all that kind of stuff. You know, there's karma, man. And not to say, again, you're not doing anything that deserves a death sentence, but it's you don't know what kind of reaction people are going to have. So anyway, I want to stick to the point of the story here. And actually, I should bring up an article at least, because although I do know the details, I kind of just want to stay on the right track of stuff. So let me kind of pull something up to guide me a little bit. So here in Las Vegas, they this guy again, Brandon Durham. Sorry, I read that wrong. I told you I'm tired, man. I'm going to be messing a whole bunch of things up. He's the one that called the cops because this woman, I'm even going to back it up beyond that. So apparently he was flying this woman back to, I believe, Seattle, but he canceled her ticket while she was in the Uber ride home. So she did a U-turn and went back to the house where she already, from what it looks like, decided to commit to death by police suicide, I think you call it. You know, have the police take you out. So don't get it twisted. It wasn't just a little tussle inside. Before she even got inside, she made a mess of everything outside. Apparently there were 2 cars out there. If you look at the picture, she threw bricks and not even threw bricks, mashed the windshields, mashed the side windows, like that sort of stuff. Not only to the car, but caused property damage to the house. The front doors, again, smashed the windows, this, that, the other. And the reason why, apparently, he called the police, he said a lot of those things sounded like shots. And so he called. He's obviously a smaller dude, as you see there again. The news indicated he was about 185 pounds. She was about 240 pounds. I don't think he's trying to scrap much. You know, some dudes just don't scrap like that, and that's that. But if you're keeping a certain lifestyle, you might want to, you know, be a little handy there, have a little bit of training and all that. So she said a few times that was her intention, that, you know, with the knife attacking him and everything, that was her intention, that she said a lot of Oh, sorry, I already used the words I shouldn't have used. She said a lot of societal things that, you know, she wanted to take herself out, and she wanted the police to take her out and everything too, right? So let me just, now I'm starting to read. I just called this thing up here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. So Bordeaux, who was in a relationship with Durham, had broken into the home. So this is also breaking of the property, attack. Like she does everything in this. Attempt to kill, breaks into the home where Durham lived and had a heated confrontation, according to the arrest report first obtained by the police. All right. Somebody shouted, the police officer Bookman shouted, "Drop the knife, drop the knife." This is where the controversy is. All right. So as we see here, the very shot where I paused this at, this is the officer Bookman who's approaching the scene and sees this. All right. Again, he's the smaller one without the shirt over here. It looks like restraint. And of course, these whole things are easier to view in 2020. And when you're not in a heated moment and you don't think, I will give that credit to the police. You don't know what you're going to experience when you're in there. But again, you get multiple hours of training to not jump to conclusions on this. And this is the part where it gets a little bit crazy. So from the standpoint that you see over here, the officer would shout, even though both of their hands are on it, the officer would shout, "Drop the knife, drop the knife." They didn't. And the officer shot once in the upper body, the head of Brandon. Apparently, Brandon dropped to the floor immediately after that. They both, actually, it's reported that they both dropped to the floor, right? And the crazy part about that is the officer still stepped in and shot Brandon 5 extra times. And this is the part, of course, people have a problem with, because excessive, yeah, mission accomplished, where he's disabled and disarmed, even though he wasn't the aggressor in this, right? So if that part isn't controversial enough, well, actually, I'm going to hang on for a minute. Let me see what the rest of this video says.
And then continued to shoot 5 more times after he had already fallen to the ground.
The entire time he's unarmed, and he's never represents a threat to the officer, and certainly was not a threat to the person who was intruding into his home.
Before he was shot, saying, "Help me." Just like that. It's the worst thing. It's the worst part of this, besides the gunshot to his actual head.
In a press conference last week, Metro shared that
I know that wasn't meant to be funny, but that's the worst thing. No, the worst thing was that this girl or that woman, she's
Boudreaux and Durham knew
sorry, here we go.
each other, and now police documents obtained by Channel 13 paint a clearer picture of their relationship.
We do believe there's some kind of domestic relationship of some sort, and then ultimately this was not a random act of violence.
According to the arrest report, Boudreaux disclosed to detectives that she and Durham had an ongoing casual sexual relationship. When the two decided to end things, she was allegedly scheduled to head back home on a flight, but instead ended up at Durham's house, where she stated she, quote, wanted him to live with the wreckage that I caused in his house. Boudreaux told investigators that she had been feeling suicidal for several days and expressed a desire to be shot by police. But in a tragic turn, Durham was the one who lost his life, and now his family is calling for justice and the arrest of the officer responsible.
To know that an arrest warrant hasn't been issued for a man who was on video, that the evidence is available to the public, there's more than enough probable cause so that Alexander Bookman could be indicted on the crime of homicide.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. He should be in jail for murder. He took a good guy. He took a really good guy.
And we've been told this investigation could take weeks or even months. In the meantime, Alexander Bookman is on routine paid administrative leave. Brandon Durham's family is hoping he's arrested for murder. Reporting outside of Metro headquarters, I'm Melissa Bethencourt.
Introducing.
Well, yeah, we definitely want him to be brought up on those charges and all that as well. You know, what was I gonna say? So this person was known to have multiple women. All right, this is not it's not a guess. You know, it's not rumored. Even his daughter said that's just kind of the way that he lived his life, more or less. All right, you know, I don't think I necessarily have a problem. But like I said, if you do stuff like that, you are inviting certain things into your home, right? Now, one thing that I'm going to take as true is that the same officer had a lot to say, especially to the daughter after the excessive shooting, saying to the daughter, I did you a favor. I did the community a favor. So it's showing that he had intent going into the situation. And it also shows that he has a lot of a bias to go into this situation as well, right? I mean, it's showing that you think you're the judge, jury, and executioner in this situation. You know, no police, nobody in that profession should be making such reckless statements, and especially to their kid. You know, their kid hasn't made it out to see their parent as any criminal as you're trying to make them, right? I want to just show this again. This is just another view of this. Let me put this up. Yeah, that is nuts. Hang on for 1 minute. No, I'm still slow on this for a little bit. Where'd it go? This reminds me of something else. So I hope I'm showing this. One that happened. Remember this person here, Sonya Massey, who I'm trying to be careful with the words that I use too, because I don't think I've been officially flagged for anything or got a strike, but I'm definitely racking up the warnings. Two things that are happening to me. They're kind of holding my videos back. Not that I'm getting like a whole bunch of views, but they're holding my videos back a little bit. And when they do that, either for copyright or the material that I am cutting out, when they say that, just to avoid anything, I mean, I don't mean to do it. And I've used a lot of material. There've been some cool people out there of stuff that I've used that they leave me alone. So doing that anyway, I'm just being a lot more careful with things that I say and what I use, because even just a budding little YouTube channel could get into issues, and I haven't even done anything anyway. And what they seem to do afterwards is, again, not having a whole bunch of views or anything like that, but they cut down drastically how many views I had previously or were growing to damn near half to half overnight. I've seen it happen. I used to really not pay attention to the views because I knew it's not going to be a lot. But when I did start paying attention, some of the views, some of the shorts or whatever videos get more than others do sometimes. I'm like, oh, look at that. And then seriously, I could go to bed, wake up, check it out sometime during the day and be like, what the hell happened with that? So weirdness. Anyway, I wanted to just draw some parallels between, you know, because they are saying that this is different than the phenomenon that we've seen in the past of just excessive police force, the pulling over, or the black doing whatever, driving while black, being in your apartment and being shot like that gentleman did as well. And that we're seeing that this is the type of thing that we're seeing lately. So, you know, good news, if you want to call it that, in the Sonya Massey. Let's see if it says it here in the title, in the case. The DOJ, Department of Justice, opened civil rights investigation of Illinois Sheriff's Office after shooting of Sonya Massey. So they have decided, with the footage, the outrage, the protests that came from that they are going to take a step back. And if it's different when the Department of Justice come in and get all the information and look over things, to tell the truth. We've had a little bit of success when the Department of Justice comes in and takes over these cases and really looks at it. If you remember Ahmaud Arbery as well, that's in a lot of these cases, this is what seems to happen. So no need for me to get into this whole case, but again, it's another person, a Black woman here, who was fatally shot in her home after again calling for help. And it was very easy to see, because she also said it, that she mentally wasn't doing well, right? And instead of a lot of these people, we need to stop. You know what? Even the training that I've seen for police, they've toned it down since a lot of these as well. You would swear they're recruiting them to go to Iraq or Russia or something like that, rather than service the community and protect and serve the way that it's supposed to be. So less of that, a little more of this. And yeah, this is a good update to see that. I guess before I get to one of the main things that I really want to get to, I did run across something that I remember when I was a lot younger. I hope this doesn't outrage anybody, but you'll remember this, because at work we talk about the OJ trial. We talk about the Menendez brothers coming back out, and that got very heated in our office at one point too. I have not seen this thing that came out on Netflix. If you have, you could inform me, but I also feel like I don't really need to see it. I remember the way it was, I'll say, marketed to the public more or less when it was out. I do remember that. I wasn't so into it. And with all the crimes, the real crimes of the century, it always amazes me how they call that OJ trial the trial of the century when people are killing their parents. And the little update that I wanted to show you guys, because I remember this too. I think I had to write a report or something. Trying to act like I was not that I was even, when I say a report, I think it was like high school or maybe even younger, when I was trying to act like I knew what current events were all about. And, because we always had the news on in our house, and this was one of the things that was in there too. So here we go. You remember Susan Smith? You guys remember this? So Susan Smith, who, I'll say what the other YouTubers say, deleted her 2 young children 30 years ago. Can you believe it was 30 years ago? Well, a lot of things were 30 years ago. She was denied parole. So I don't know if you've seen any follow. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, so don't worry about it. But the information is there if you want to Google it or, whatever the thing is. So this woman who, I'm just talking about the things that we know now, who was in a relationship, a new relationship. Her new guy was not thrilled that she was a mother. And her response of that was to, and the way she did it, she drove, I don't even want to say this out loud and have it recorded and everything. See if I could clean it up as I say it. She basically drove her kids in a car in a lake while they were still strapped in and left them there, and yes, deleted them that way. It's terrible. And I know there are parents out there, and you don't even have to be a parent. You just think of how utterly horrific that is, right? So she did that as though that wasn't bad enough. But the other thing she did on top of that was blame it on a black man. This was the thing for people to do back then, right? So her own messed up life. And I believe for a couple of days, there is there must be a couple. What the hell was I going to say? Documentaries about it. That is what happened. And for a couple of days, they were kind of looking around for this so-called usual suspects. My eyes just met this over here. The prosecution pointed to the report Smith was having an affair with her boss. Her boss's rich son, who had broken up with her because he didn't want children. So yeah, I'm not just making that up. That's what it says. So let's see if it says about the other part over here. Oh, how they get these makeup pictures in jail. Like, I don't know how they make makeup in jail, but anyway, they do a lot of things in there anyway. So let's see if it says anything about what I said in there. But that was the bigger part of the crime too. You know, she blamed it on the community, man, and you're nuts, dude, nuts. So anyway, I guess the good thing to take away from this is they denied her parole, as they should. And I would imagine she's not being treated too well for the particular sort of crime that she committed in there as well. So rot in there, sweetheart. There's just no forgiveness for that sort of nonsense. Am I right? Am I right? I'm right. All right. So one thing I wanted to address that I wouldn't normally, but as I've said before, actually, let me take a little bit of a sip. Because I see it on my YouTube so often, I do have to address it. So I'm going to, and I know you've seen it too. You know what? Just let me do it. Call it up over here. I'm going to use this guy, Comedy Hype. Hopefully I don't get another strike if I play some of this and do a little commentary. Hang on. I know I have to switch I got to switch you guys on. Blah, 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 blah. Getting there. Where are we? Is it this one? It's this one. Have you seen the hoopla around this? I'll tell you what I think, and I don't want it to be too long. I'm probably closing it down soon in a little bit anyway. But here we have Mr. Denzel, and you know him. Even if you aren't a movie buff, you've known him for decades. You've liked his work, at least some portions of his work. You've respected him as an actor. And some of his projects and everything that he's done as well, right? So there's something, and I know by the time I get a hold of it, it's normally pretty damn old. Let me just play it, and then I'll do my little reaction to it, and then we could close it out. All right, so here we go.
New Gladiator 2 hitting theaters across the country. Reporting live from Hyper Clubhouse in Atlanta for Hype Plus News, I'm John Alva. With his performance in the all-new Gladiator 2 hitting theaters across the country this Friday, Denzel Washington has been making headlines. While on his press run, Washington would reveal that he ended up kissing a man on the lips, but the scene didn't make it to the final cut. News of Washington being involved in a homosexual kiss, as we will report, didn't sit well with many of his longtime fans. Now, as news continues to circulate on what we will call Kissgate, many of Washington's fans will share their displeasure with hearing that Washington, who has represented as a strong black man.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to play the whole thing. It's a few minutes. So this thing is bubbling up in social media, at least the social media that I have, which is basically YouTube. And I don't know, I'm not really on anything else. But and one of the people I follow are Willie D, who I got to stop following this dude because he's more of one of those. I'm sorry, man, I got to say it. Willie D turned into more of a gossip queen than the shit that he used to do. Hey, Josephine, what's up? Thanks for coming by. I used to like, well, first of all, I like the Ghetto Boys in general. And a lot of these guys coming on YouTube and being connected like that is sort of cool because you never would have thought that would happen like 30 something years ago. You know, as a kid, these people used to listen to and have limited access to. There they are, you know, having a conversation and stuff like that. So that's personally why I go and check this person out. But Willie D, who used to have, and I don't even want to make it a whole thing like this. Willie D, who used to or appeared to have some integrity. He seems to be an intelligent guy. When something broke out in the news or some sort of current event, you know, he would have something intelligent to say. He would have a particular insight other than these little goofies, Charleston White and Boosie, you know, ignorantly expressing themselves for everybody to see over there. This guy would at least, Willie D would come across and say something like, you know, he had a good head on his shoulders and he thought it out. Now, I don't know if he's in charge of his own account, but now it looks like he's just going the social media way, just doing anything for shock value, right? So his headlines coming out, what people would refer to as clickbait, you know, it's always something bizarre. And I find he's talking about stuff like the nonsense people would be talking about. But anyway, I guess he's one of the ones I got the information from, that Denzel, he kisses a guy in a Gladiator 2. And this, of course, one place puts it, everybody. So I don't even know if you guys heard this, that supposedly. Now, you heard, let me just give this guy a shout out too. I thought it was Comedy Hype, but is it? Yeah, it is Comedy Hype. So yeah, familiar with these guys. The cut didn't even make it in the movie. Denzel is a true actor, man. I mean, I just kind of wanted to see what the video's saying after, you know, hearing this after heading with the dress wearing thing and doing this scene on, you know, in our community. I feel different ways about it. I believe there are certain actors that maybe could get away with it. I'm not so certain. I don't really follow any agenda like that regardless. So I'm not really sure, but I know the bottom line is you don't have to do what you don't want to do. So you set your bar where you want it to go and what kind of success that you want. And you know that there are certain things and thresholds, and it's no different than just having the casting couch either, right? What they made either guys or women do back in the day to get that part. You know, you have to do whatever you're comfortable with, or if you feel like you're pressured to do that, you know, that's what the Me Too was all about also, right? And they're addressing concerns like that. But it's no secret that people sort of compromise themselves. I don't even know why the Diddy thing is that big. Just arrest them, put the facts out, and then send him off to jail if that's where he should go. You know, we know that Hollywood is a different ass place like that. We know that there's corruption in all of these things. So let's not act surprised. But this whole coming down on Denzel with this scene that's not even in the movie, as we're going to see it, it's just more clickbait, just more chatter, just more gossipy type nonsense that our guys shouldn't be doing like that, man. And, you know, like I said, it's not even in there. We're making it an issue. And one of the titles of Willie D, I'm not even going to put it up there because I don't want to be get the strike for somebody just using it in there. I hear they do that. It's, oh no, one of the titles is, oh no, they got Denzel too. Did they? How did they get this grown man who's had a whole career, takes acting? I'm not saying serious acting means you got to be like Brokeback Mountain a guy, but you know, I'm sure he thought and he's a guy who's obviously very secure about himself and his masculinity, you know, with his wife. There's definitely, I would put everything on, not like I would with the Tyson fight last week, but I would put everything on saying that Denzel is just a good, straight up dude. And why are we making a big deal out of this in our community? You know, we're the only ones talking about this sort of nonsense with him, man. And I don't know. I just think it's the wrong, stupid thing to do. You tell me what you think about it, but I think we're just digging over here. Let me just get the rest of this, what they were going to say. Here we go.
Male lead for years on film would decide to even go through with a suggestively gay act. Well, last night, while on the red carpet at the premiere of his new film, alongside his wife, Pauletta Washington would go on to address the backlash and responses. When asked by Variety about the alleged kiss, he would go on to respond.
Okay, got to talk about the kiss.
It's much ado about nothing. Right. It really is much ado about nothing. You know, they're making more of it than it was. I kissed him on his hands. gave him a peck, and I killed him.
Now, just as viewers may find a little relief in hearing that Denzel only kissed the man on the hands and pecked him on the lips before killing him, Variety's openly gay host will push forward and push for Denzel's interest in taking on a gay role.
I have to tell you, us gay boys want to see Denzel kissing another man.
Well, I don't have.
Now that's fucked up right there. Like, that didn't have to. Man, it's past the hour. I don't want to get into my personal, but that's kicking in. That's this dude is doing too much for that. You know, it's gay. Like, what? When would a straight guy be able to say that to some women like that in there? These guys push the envelope every freaking time, and to do that bullshit, to put that little extra. Want to see Denzel doing that? Dude, you do way too much. Let's see the way he handles this, man. Now that's an issue. That's an issue.
The part yet? You gonna write it? All right.
A clearly on the spot Denzel would answer with a response that some of his fans may have trouble with hearing. Now, whether Denzel was just saying this to not offend the host, it does appear that he's leaning into his side of being an actor more so than the expectations placed on him as one of the few straight black male leads in Hollywood. Now, as we dive more into the story, that same host will go on to catch up with Gladiator Ridley Scott just before his talk with Denzel. In his interview, Scott would say that Denzel's kiss being cut from the film was bullshit and that Washington actually only acted out the moment.
Denzel said he kissed the man on the lips, but it didn't make the final cut.
No, that's bullshit. It was a senator. They never did. They acted the moment and didn't happen.
So it never happened.
No, it didn't happen because they acted the moment as if
this dude trying to concentrate. You fire that fool, dude. That is just pushing the issue. Dude, you're doing this at the premiere. Yo.
You want me to do it right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
According to multiple sources, the Gladiator 2 script does mention that Washington's character has been in relationships with other men in the past. Now, given that most men wouldn't make up them kissing another man, we're going to take Denzel's word that he did kiss a man on the lips, a part of the filming of this movie. You see, Denzel having a kissing scene with another man is shocking, especially due to the actor's reputation. As you know, if you've been following us, it's been reported in the past that Denzel declined to kiss co-star Julia Roberts in their 1993 film, The Pelican Brief. In a 2002 Newsweek interview, Roberts would elaborate more on the kiss that never happened. Back then, Roberts would go on to say, "I've taken so much shit over the years about not kissing Denzel in that film. Don't I have a pulse? Of course I wanted to kiss Denzel. It was his idea to take the damn scenes out." Now, as a response, Washington will go on to say, "Black women are not often seen as objects of desire on film. They have always been my core audience." With Denzel being particular about the roles he chooses, how he portrays the character, and what they mean to the overall project, it is interesting that the iconic actor would take this route in this stage of his career. Now that you heard more from Denzel on his thoughts around Kissgate, does it impact how you view the actor's career? And also, if Denzel did decide to take on a gay role, would you watch the movie? Save the day for the latest news in comedy, culture, and sports.
All right, shut up. Idiots. That is just some unnecessary stuff, man. And you see, all these are about the stupid kiss that both are saying they didn't happen. It didn't even make it in the stupid movie. And it's overshadowing his performance in there as well. Now, I said Willie D. This is another dude that I'm going to stop watching. Because he's just, first of all, he's a flat earther. Now, I'm not even going to lie to you, man. Back in the day, we took the bus to go to one of the record stores. And of course, we weren't buying records at that time, even though we had a couple DJ friends and everything like that. But if we weren't getting the records, we were getting the tapes. And I actually stole, but I wasn't the thief of the Brand Nubian tape. I put it in my friend's jacket pocket, and he walked out with it. But nevertheless, we got that damn tape. I'm talking All For One. I'm pretty sure that was the name of their first Brand Nubian's first release. And we used to rock the shit out of that one. I would end up buying it when I got iTunes. Don't worry. I bought everything, even the bootlegs that I used to get back in the day. Man, I paid for all that shit because I didn't. First, I believe in supporting, the artist, and I really got into music and sound systems and everything and the quality of music. So, just going back to do that. You got tapes. You still, well, I know where some of my old tapes are. They're in storage by where my father lives. I don't think I could get close within a tape within the next few minutes like that. Yeah, man, Grand Poobah, all that stuff was dope, right? You're the one, you like the hieroglyphics and all that stuff too. We have music stuff to do. Don't think I forgot. We got music stuff to do, Josephine. We gotta do that. We gotta set that up. I gotta mash all those people that think that they got the same musical ability and ear as I do. All right. So, you know what? I gotta think about what we could do. So there's so many things around that, though, man. There's the rights to the music. I guess that's why probably can't do it. You know what Bay Area? I don't even want to bring it up because I won't remember the names and stuff. But I got some soul stuff from the Bay, from like the 60s and 70s that I used to play. And, the Bay had some good, crazy music coming out of there too. Are we just talking about the hip hop stuff or any music in general? Hey, isn't that... So I'm assuming maybe you live around there, sort of deal. What's dude's name that I recently heard about? The Russell or something like that? How's he regarded in that area? Steph with the vest. What's up? You haven't what? So yep, that's where you are around. No, you haven't heard of the guy that I'm talking about. I might be able to get away with playing a little bit of his stuff. Oh no, you're not around there. Okay, that's cool. So I hate not being able to put the actual names on things, but so not just hip hop over there, like there was Stax, and when all that soul was coming out, and Chicago soul, Bay Area had a sound like that too, and just unfortunately I wasn't really prepared, and I don't know all the names anymore. But that was my digging in the crates days and all that stuff. Then I got some digital, but they didn't really convert anything digitally. Oh, you're in Arizona. God, what's the scene like there? I think I drove through there before. They get sandstorms there, right? I think I was caught in a sandstorm out there. Joe, I was about to say you oh, there. I've seen Josephine around. Yeah, it's funny. Your avatar is funny. If that's an expression that you make, that isn't a worrisome expression. It's troublesome, is what I think. Steph, what is up? I think I have some money on my Apple account, but I just have been so out of music lately that I never, I have some speakers in storage. I lost half of my digital library. I don't know if you notice, like when you lose music, and I have a couple of times. So if if I do have a jam session or something like that, you know, it's very. No, not yours, Steph. I was talking about Josephine's habit. So look like, you know, that looking up like troublesome deal, you know. The last one, you see, even that, the subbing thing, I have a problem with not physically owning my music. And I guess that's where it is now, you know, where you don't physically, it's just weird. But the last sub that I had for anything was actually Apple. No, not Apple, the Prime Music, because they kept asking me, and then I threw it in there. And then they had some unusual stuff on there too. And I was kind of good with that. So I don't know. Who do you think has the bigger library? You think Apple? Because I mean, Amazon got some rarities in there also. What's up, brother? Of a certain age. Look at you guys. I said I was going to do an hour. You guys come on after the hour. Now I'm held up over here. I have over 500 playlists. So Steph, did you subscribe to, are you a subscriber to YouTube Music? Like without the commercials? I guess that would be premium, right? YouTube has the biggest library. Get out of here. I have done some of that too. I am surprised, and I guess I shouldn't be. I am surprised of what people do put up on YouTube. There have been certain things I've been looking for, and you know, just for shits and gigs, I throw it in there, and there's various versions of the thing that I was looking for in there. So yeah, man. I don't know. And there's too many subscriptions for things to be able to put up there, and which one you're gonna go for. And I guess it's the way, right? I guess if you're gonna make, and you don't even really need to make the copies these days. You can find everything except on YouTube. You find everything but prints. Oh, you like foreign? You have some sort of music. Hey, brother, we were actually just talking about you not too long ago. We were talking about having the music thing because Josephine thinks she knows a lot about music, and I'm inclined to think that maybe she does now. But I don't know what we could do or how we could do it, because all the rights and everything, I know you guys don't want strikes on your channels. I know I don't, but lately it seems like everything, man, they just catch that algorithm right away, right? So I don't know. We're gonna have to do that. Brother of a certain age, when you going live, my brother? Rumble, something else I know nothing about. So we're gonna have to get into the whole thing. You're gonna have to educate me on the whole deal. I'm gonna just throw this up in case anybody wants to chat. I might be winding it down soon, but I'm cool. I'm not in a rush like that per se. I might have to go and get something to drink in a little bit because my talking for over an hour. Just don't get to do that and not suffer a little bit, you know. Do that, man. So, on Rumble, you say? All right. Do you guys have those accounts? Give me one sec. Steph, what's up?
What it do? Hey, I just wanted to kind of tell you how I do my music. So, like, I listen to almost exclusively Dirty South, hip hop, like Krug, you know, like all the like old school, like the Dirty Decade, all that stuff, right? And I think because, like, especially Texas had such a tradition of, you know, passing out their music, you know, like somebody pop their trunk and give out their CDs, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's really not, I don't know about playing it on your own show, but like as far as just people putting it up on like their own, like just the music itself, like the video or whatever on their own channel, like it's not, I can find like dozens of channels that just are like, you know, all they have on it is like a playlist of old school hip hop or like, you know, old school Southern hip hop, you know, and our mixes, like there's tons of DJs, a lot of them out of Africa, actually, like Kenya, that do like, you know, like crunk mixes, T.I. mixes, Lil Wayne mixes, and some of them are just brilliant. And so, and, you know, I think every once in a while they go like, somebody will go through and clear them out, but like some of these have been up for like 10 years. So I don't know if it's just a South thing, like because of the tradition of just, you know, put your music everywhere it could go. But like, I don't think a lot of these artists or their companies give out strikes like that. But I could be wrong. But it's just like I have, cause I have, just a regular old playlist off YouTube. It's not a subscription or anything. And it's like 500 some plus songs that I've just found on YouTube and added to my playlist. And most of them are not the artist's YouTube channel. Most of them are, you know, independent, like fly by night YouTube channels that just put videos up.
But are you saying, like, if you were to play it out, though, if you did a live or something like that, you would be flagged?
That I don't know. That I don't know. But as far as just having something to listen to, yeah, I just use YouTube. And it's, you know, no subscription, no nothing, just real YouTube. I guess I have premium, but you know, that just keeps the ads from playing in the middle of a like 2 hour long mix, right?
Yeah.
So that's my deal.
YouTube has music like that, and I certainly have listened to some playlists and got some music from there as well. So I think what we're talking about, what Josephine and Brother are talking about, is kind of quote unquote a friendly little battle, you know, of music sort of deal. How we would do that, sort of combine forces and have fun with it that way, you know.
I'd love to get in on that. I would love to get in on that. That would be fun. But I think probably at this point Rumble, because I know Corey, you know, I don't know if you ever knew Corey, used to do that on his channel, but you know, I don't know whatever happened to that. I know Glorion did one time and they cut the stream in the middle of it. Yeah.
That happened to me. I used to play a little bit too, and there's certain artists they don't even play with before you're even done the song. They will cut you in the middle of the stream, man. So,
I knew a drag king who did an act where he was dressed up like Prince and lip sync to a Prince song. He uploaded that to YouTube. It was gone in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Prince don't play. The estate of Prince don't play at all.
Prince don't play, and Marvin Gaye, his estate, and the Isley brothers, I found out, do not play. They will cut you out in a second, man. Josephine, what's up?
Hey, what's up? So I came up here because I wanted to tell you. So this is what you do, okay? So if you have YouTube Premium, you have YouTube Music. It comes along with it, okay? So what you do is you can create playlists, but you can kind of unprivate them or unlist them. So like if I unprivate my playlist, if you follow me, you can go and see whatever I have, like my playlist that I actually, different playlists that I put together. Now, if I unlist them, then I can send them to you, and then you can see, and that's how you can share music that way. Because YouTube does have, the reason why YouTube is a larger, because I have both, I have Apple Music and YouTube, is because I know for a fact that Apple sometimes will take music off of there.
Yeah, they do.
And but YouTube, what happens is somebody, like if it goes away, then somebody else will have it. Like it's like it always moving around from people to people. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, okay, if you delete something or unlisted, I guess is what it's called, you can still see it on your playlist if you have it saved on a playlist. That's how I have some of these AFWs. Just saying. But yeah, but if they if they totally private it instead of unlink it, then you don't have it anymore.
Or if their channel gets deleted. Now,
Right.
YouTube does have their own like music by itself, but people kind of like make their own type of mixes and playlists, so you can kind of access. And then like what happens is like you can send playlists to people, because that's what I'll do. Like I'll make a playlist for every month or like for every mood that I'm in, and I literally can go back. And then what YouTube does is it'll do kind of like Apple Music. It'll kind of say, oh, this is what you played all last year on rotation.
Yeah.
Or stuff like that. So a good way to share music with people who are into music is just to share your playlist with them. Like, if you're unlisted, or, open up your, if you create a channel, just make a playlist for your channel, and then people can have access to that music. And then you just go online, you just discuss the type of music. Like you can do all kinds of things, or you can use Rumble and do it over there. Now I know people do it on Twitch, but like Jazzy Jeff used to do his music on YouTube, but he kept getting flagged, even though he had the right to play it. So now he's on Twitch, but you have to subscribe to Twitch for him to get to listen to his music and stuff. So yeah, and I only know this because my husband listens to nothing but DJs all the time. And like, if anybody has a huge music like collection, it's this man over here. He has everything. So yeah.
Yeah, I've created some good playlists in my day. I think I have on my channel, all my playlists are private, but I have hip hop Halloween, I have hip hop Christmas, and then just my normal playlist. But yeah, like I really like those the holiday ones. Those are I'm pretty proud of how I scoured YouTube to find what I found. It's a labor of love.
I want to do a playlist of reprise, like the beginning of songs, like because back in the day, songs would have like the on your tape, it would always play like the intro or into one song. And it'll either be the instrumental, and it always was kind of like dope to me that they would do that. So I'm trying to make a playlist of all of the different types of those types of like that beginning intro from all different types of hip hop artists from their album or their CDs and tape. Oh man.
Like the 8 seconds?
Just so they could play. Yeah, just so they could just play one by one. Because I think that would be like so dope to do that. So
I was actually just telling last call about the Busta Rhymes intro into the Genesis, and how he's talking to Clive Davis, and then Clive Davis says one and hangs up the phone. It's hilarious.
Nah, I'm talking about the one with Digital Underground, and then like dun 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 dun.
Yep.
Like when you hear that, oh man,
yep.
It's like so like every Outkast had one where it was was it Southern Playalistic, or it was one of them. Yeah, and like that's what I'm building a playlist of just that.
You know what you have to put in there, and I think it's one of the top intros, man. I think Juvenile is from the 400. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay, yeah. See, that's what we need to do. So like that's that would be like the coolest kind of like show, is to just do it based on that. I don't know if they'll clip you because that's just all it is. And just go into and just make a mix, and then just slowly that's what I want to do, make a mix, and then just go into each one by one. You know what I mean? Like just play it, then cut it, and go to the next one. Because that was like the dopest thing ever.
That's an idea. So, and what, you're just doing it because these are ones that you've enjoyed over time, not necessarily comparing or ranking them.
Well, we could do that too, but no. Well, you got to get them first, and then you kind of got to. You can go back in time, like during our time period. Like, where were you? Because like some, were you in your car bumping it, and then that intro came on, right? And then you would rewind it back. Where were you when when you were doing that? So
damn, I like this one.
Yeah.
I like this one.
Yeah.
Yo, brother of a certain age, are you hearing this? This is our first idea. We have to do this one. We have to do this one. So, okay, we got to think of some of the qualifications and the criteria for this as well. Because if we're gonna do one, I want to do this one soon. If we're doing, are we doing just hip hop intros? I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, we'll do those first, and then we can do different genres after that. But I think the hip hop intro would be like just kind of like look for, like just write down a list, and then we go look for it, and then we all kind of like, because if you write down a list, I'm sure I can find it, or I'm gonna try to find it. Yeah. So let's write down a list, because we probably all have different experiences of what we really remember and what we like, and that's what kind of makes this enjoyable. Because
that would be fun.
Because you're not going to know what really are we really, because some of us is from the, influenced by the West Coast, some of us influenced by the Midwest. Common had one. Twist, like we all kind of like down south, organized noise. I don't know if you remember this group called Parental Advisory down south. Like they all had theirs, and then you had the Ghetto Boys. You had their they all had like dope. S-Clan, listen, S-Clan even had one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like S-Clan, you start off with, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like that's what we should do.
Okay. So here's kind of how I think we should start thinking of doing this. I want to do this within like the next week or couple weeks. But I think how many should we be prepared with? I think between 3 and 5.
Yeah, well, what we should do is let's just gather them. Let's gather some, and then let's talk about it. And then we need to add more or less, then we'll add more or less, and then we'll do it by we'll expand it from there. Because
you're gonna have a couple that I don't know.
Right.
So I'm gonna don't you want me to listen to them before we get to talking about any of them?
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So we'll meet, and then we'll have the list of all of the ones that we found, right? So we can build from it. You know what I mean? Like you can build from it, because you can start off with, okay, so I let's say I throw out Outkast. Like I'm gonna go with Outkast. You might go with, I seen brothers say, the Biz, like different ones, and then we kind of like bring what we have to the table, and then we add to it, and so then we start building from that, because it can be in a show that extends. Like it could be a show after a show, or a you know what I mean? Because it could extend on like us ranking them. It can extend on what we know. It could be extended on what we were exposed to. It can go either way. But if we can get a few names, a few people like to play along, like brother of a certain age, he with it. I'm sure like Keeper's into music, so she'll be with it.
Yeah.
Like we just find people in the sector that's into music like we are, and then we got to come out with some of the reprint, like the reprint, like at the beginning, like what is your dopest, like what kind of like where it started off for you, and then you wanted to go listen to the whole song, like you was like right it had you right there.
Now give me some clarification on intros. We're talking about the intro to the album, to the whole album, or just intro to the song?
Yeah.
Okay, so back in the day, tapes would have like an intro to some, like playing like the middle of a song, right? And then it was cut off, and then if you flipped it over, the whole song would be there. You get what I'm saying? It's called I'm not saying it right, reprise or it was always like, okay, I'll give.
Okay, yes, I know what you're talking about now. The reprise. Yes, okay, I'm with you now. Okay,
Right,
okay.
a reprise
Yeah.
of all songs. So, like, for example, let me go to. I'm just pulling up something on my computer because I have it. So because I have a list of stuff already. So let's see. I'm going to my YouTube music. Sorry.
All right. Yeah, I need to, because my mind, I'm thinking one thing.
Yeah,
but
you're thinking one thing, but I'm trying to get it like narrowed down. So I'm going to my library right now because I already have it like set up this way. So let me go to my library. All right. Because even back in the day, Kwame had one. Like, just different artists would have one. So let me see if it's showing.
I'm familiar with the concept, but I'm having trouble thinking.
So you got to think, okay, so my replays playlist is on here. So Players Ball was one of them. Because I just kind of hit on one of them. So Players Ball was one of them.
Okay.
You hear like kind of like the beginning?
Yeah.
Right, and then they'll start gonna go into that music. You see that part? Remember, all tapes and CDs used to have that on every album, and it would always go into one of the dopest songs.
So do me a favor, if you know this album.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them.
Do you what Ice Cube's Lethal Injection? No, not Lethal Injection. Death Certificate. You know that album?
Yeah, he got one on there too. I think he got one. Yeah, I gotta find that one.
Would that be the example of A Bird in a Hand? Because he uses that twice in there, I believe.
Right, so it's like the reprise, like it's like the beginning, like when you listen to an album, right? It'll be like the middle of kind of like a song. I'm trying not to like this. Okay, so I'm gonna do Digital Underground, right? So
okay.
So you playing music on top of it, so it won't.
Oh, whoops! Let me get rid of that. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So that's Sex Packets. The song Sex Packet, but this is the reprise that was on the album. So like here's Outkast, right?
Here's a little something for the players out there hustling, getting down for theirs. From loose porn, counterpart,
like the interlude. That's what I'm saying. The interlude.
Interlude.
Yeah.
That's a little bit.
Okay, now, okay, gotcha. Okay, okay.
But that's the interlude. But they call it a reprise too. But that's the interludes. So wouldn't it be dope if we pull all the interludes from back then and play that? That would be so dope.
Okay, that's a little different, I think.
Yeah. But do you get the concept?
Okay, now I do.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because when you were saying intros, I'm thinking like pure intros. Yeah, and yeah, sometimes they do use it a little later in the albums and whatnot. But interludes, I get what you're saying.
Right.
Because remember, way back we were talking about the Far Side too, right? Remember we brought that one.
Oh, I got that. I got that too. Let me see if I wait.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So wouldn't it be, because I think we could get away with that.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like we literally can get away. I think we can literally get away with just doing that. Because people can guess what album it came from.
Okay.
And what song it's going into. It's like we don't even have to cut a song. We don't gotta do nothing because it's already like that.
All right, because you had me thinking of another.
Yeah,
Intros
yeah,
are
you was
different.
going
Like
extra.
intro is like I'm thinking if we're going intros, I'm going like Public Enemy, Apocalypse 91. You know the intro
Right,
of
right.
that.
I know what you're talking about. We could do that too. But
Okay.
Public Enemy had interludes also.
Oh yeah. Oh
See
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like,
Okay.
yeah, like I don't think nobody has ever done this.
Okay.
Everyone
Okay.
can do you can picture yourself doing the intros, but can
Yeah.
you imagine we doing, because that's what our generation was like founded on, like interludes. Like we would, even back in the day, your parents, when they had the record, it was playing an interlude. When they had that 8-track, it was playing an interlude.
You know what a good album for that is, and it's my favorite album of all time. Marvin Gaye, I Want You CD. Man, he has interludes in there that last for about a minute or so. Yeah.
All right. And I think we can get away with that.
Probably. So we got to find a way to do that. We got to narrow it down to a genre, a time, all that sort of stuff. What can we be prepared with for next week?
We could do the 80s. Well, next week is Thanksgiving, so that's gonna be hard.
Oh shit! Right,
yeah.
right.
but I'll because I like to listen to music while I'm cooking, so I can just I'll that's what I'll start doing. I'll listen to that and just start compiling them. But I started this probably last year, and I started slowly like trying to find them,
putting them aside.
Right, just to the side, because I just remember that was, we would play that, because we had to wait. Back in the day, you tape, play one side and then we switch it to the other side, right?
Yeah.
CDs was kind of like the same thing a little bit, you would play it through. And so I think that on YouTube or even on Rumble or whatever, we can get away with that. And then it's like, do you know where this came from? Or do you know where you were at when this, who is this going into? I'm telling you that the hip hop heads, the music heads, I think they will really enjoy that.
Okay. So who's doing this? Who's putting this together?
You.
I mean, I don't know,
Look, this is the homework. Just do this. Write down a list of interludes, like music that you like, and then we'll look for the interludes, and then we'll see if that's where you at. You see what I'm saying? It's real easy. You know what you like.
Yeah, but how's that going to connect? So where am I going to put this list?
This list, put it on your community wall.
And then what?
Okay, then then go live. So then we all come together. Come on, you got to start somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's just a few of us now.
And then I do it on the day, and then you guys don't show up. What happens?
Well, listen, that's why you got to put the word out. You got to say, you know what? Apply to this post here. What day do you guys want to go live and talk about this? Now, if you have me, if I know brother of certain names is following me on IG. So if you're following me on IG, I mean,
I don't do IG, man. Do you hear? Every week I am not a social media. This is as big as social media as I get.
I'm saying, well, then you do it, ma'am.
I'll follow. Hey, you sound like you know what you want to do. I'm not trying to be lazy about it. I just don't think I'm going to have the following to be able to do it.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we all are on the same page, brother and certain age. So we all listen. Somebody, this sounds like a good idea. We all going kind of like, brainstorm on it still, and then we'll figure out, because this can go into content for like the next 2025 content.
Oh, geez, we're almost there.
Right.
So what do I do then? What the hell do I do? What's my thing?
Well, your thing is, because you're a music head, get your music list together, sir.
And by saying that, you're saying I actually have to make a real list in my
all
YouTube.
You gotta do page. Is do this. Do you have YouTube Premium?
No.
You don't have YouTube Premium, sir?
No, man.
Somebody gotta add you to their YouTube Premium somehow. You know,
don't
like
even think I know.
I got 3 accounts on mine.
Goodness.
So, cause no, I got YouTube Premium Family. That's why.
Maybe my sister does. I don't know.
No, but here's the deal. I'm gonna do it because all I gotta do is add it to my Apple Music. So anytime, I just start, putting down a list. So just, just put down a list. I can give you my IG and then you can message me and send it there if you like. But yeah, just do it. If you don't, then send it to a brother a certain age or put it on your community wall. Cause
We're probably looking at community wall.
Right, because my IG is Josephine. So you can always create a YouTube IG.
YouTube IG. I
Right.
didn't even know you can do that. All right.
Right. Just create an IG just specifically for people on YouTube. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just think about it. If not, you know what? I'll lead it, and you just, you know what I'm saying? You just chime in then.
I'll find a way to put stuff out there. But
right, just put it on the community wall. Like, it's real easy. And then brother on a certain age, he's on my IG, so I can always reach out to him. And plus he go live, and then just, right now, if you just went live, just wanted to talk about different music, we can talk about just that. Like, what's your top 5?
Of what?
Well, okay, so let's go to New York first. And we're talking about, okay, what is your, like, out of your years? Are you like early 2000, late 80s, or are we gonna go with
late 80s, 90s?
Okay, so that's where I'm at too. Okay, so late 80s and 90s, who we rocking with? Top 5, but we're talking about separate. Don't say groups, because if you say Wu-Tang, that's on their own accord. So we're not gonna do groups yet. So just artists by themselves. Go. Give me your top 5.
Yeah. Well, since you said Wu-Tang, I'm gonna have to throw Raekwon in there.
Raekwon, he does.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Man, I gotta put Chuck D in there, man.
Yep. Okay.
Shit. KRS.
Yep. He should be in everybody's top 5.
All right. And this is New York area.
Just New York. Yeah. Now, do we need to narrow it down? Do we need to do Brooklyn, Bronx? Do we need to do early 80s, like in the beginning, when it was KRS-One, D Nice,
that's another
and all
thing
them?
too.
Yeah, D Nice and all of them, or do we want to do kind of about a little bit later when like the hip hop scene started coming in and they were doing more like dancing and kind of like
Yeah, we need to break it down into genres to like the conscious rap, backpack rap.
See, I like backpack rappers, so that's me right there. So like I am like a backpack rapper head. Now back in the day, Wu-Tang, all of them would have been considered backpack rappers, but technically Tribe Called Quest, De La Soul, that whole,
Native Tongue.
Right, Native Tongue would have been the beginning of backpack rap. And then on the West Coast, you had Hieroglyphics, Freestyle Fellowship, all of them. They extended the backpack rappers, and then you got some of them that's a little bit like kind of in that category, because like I'm telling you, Apple Music is very good at splitting off the genres, because when I started making my playlist and I just started only adding certain people, it started putting them all together and only playing just that type of music in that genre. If I go to New York, they'll start putting them all together, and they've gotten very good at doing it, which is why I have the subscription. Because I was the last person that said I wanted to deal with Apple Music. So, but yeah, so they're very good. So like if I play Foreign Exchange, you're gonna see Fonte is gonna show up. A lot of things that Jay Dilla made is gonna show up. So it's kind of like that. So that's kind of like, so you're kind of handicapped because you don't have
Oh shit!
You don't have a.
Golly.
That's what it is. Like, you just gotta listen. Do a free trial or something.
Do not appreciate that.
Deletion Over Sapien is a backpack rapper because of hieroglyphics and Souls of Mischiefs and all of them. Casual, yeah. So
there has to be so many subcategories to be able to break down all these rappers, man.
Right,
I don't even think I could do it.
See, you're doing it off the top of your head, but if you had access, I'm gonna see what I can figure out. Because if you had access to these things, then you would be like, you already have it broken down, because you'll be like, wow. And then all you would have to do is agree or disagree, because all you got to do is click thumbs down and it'll kick it out of your whole genre. I'm telling you, technology has came a long way, sir. So
yeah, man, I hear that. I'm just, reluctant, man. I just,
you're the last of the, you're the last. Like I said, so I'll figure out something. I'll figure out one or the other. YouTube, you should have YouTube Premium, but it's I'm trying to see like which carrier or which would have it as a discounted part of like a service.
Am I not getting like the same shit everybody else is getting, just with no commercials?
No. Okay, so here's the thing.
With commercials.
It's tailored to you. So like without commercials, I get free TV. I get free like sometimes they'll show free movies on there. You can kind of filter out all this crap that you're not into. Yeah. That's like the benefit of the paid.
That's how much faith am I supposed to have in AI to be doing that?
Well, see, the thing about it is AI. Okay, so do you have an iPhone or do you have an Android phone?
I got an iPhone. Thank you very much.
So I have both. So let me just say this. The day you said, "Hey Siri" on your phone is the day you started using AI. Let's just say that.
Damn it. I didn't know you were leading me down that path.
So now what it's doing is tailoring itself to you. So what you like and what you follow and what you're into. It doesn't so far it's not, because when you pay for it, so far it's not pointing you into things that you're not interested in. But when you don't pay for it, you get more data smog. Per se. You get all the commercials, they're trying to sell something to you. And then if you have the iPhone, of course you have privacy relay. You can hide your you don't have to participate in cookies. You can ask not to be tracked, all that stuff too. So, but I'm just sorry to tell you this, but you've been using AI for a very long time.
All right. I didn't say I don't really want to use it then.
Right. But you've been using it. You're using it now. All right. Damn. Don't ask how I know. I'm a tech person somehow.
Oh, and you're a techie too on top of that?
Yeah, somehow. Yeah, it's what I do actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, you're the expert. Good to know that somebody if you have a tech question, you're gonna be the person.
That's why I said you gotta, I know you sound like the last of the people that's like, I don't trust the system. You're just like us.
Hell no, I don't.
We were going to keep tapes forever until they came out with CDs. And then, because we were like the last that said, no, we ain't going to buy CDs. And then we ended up having to buy CDs, right?
That was me, 100.
And then they went digital. And then they went digital on us. So then we were online back in the day. And we weren't supposed to, but we were just getting a lot of free music at the time. And then we started realizing that the artist wasn't getting paid. So then what I started doing is I started noticing like the artists I like, they started having their own like website where you can buy the whole CD or you can buy a digital copy of their music.
Yeah.
So then I started buying it, and it was a lot cheaper. It'd be like $10 here. You know, you buy a shirt or so, stuff like that. So
Yo, a brother.
What up? What up? Quick question, because I wanna get the complete.
Hey, brother.
Hey,
I'm gonna drop down. I got work to do. They're calling me. Okay.
All right,
take
Steph.
down.
All right. Have a good
Bye.
one.
All right, see you, Steph.
Yeah, I wanted to get the complete idea because I was listening. I'm in the car. I'm trying to get exactly what it is. I want to contribute, so I wanted to get the complete idea. So
I'm trying to capture it. Josephine has the whole concept, it seems. Although she led us astray talking about
at the beginning, I said
introductions when she really meant interludes.
Yeah,
and now she's trying to push this technology on me, and I don't know. Go for it.
Listen, brother, at a certain age gonna sell it for you. So, brother, at a certain age, what I was saying is, wouldn't it be dope if we kind of like came up with, because the one thing that people sleep on is interludes, right? You know, back in the day, you know, because you're probably a little older than me. But
I mean,
you know, man, back in the day, the interlude was everything. You know, listen, I respect it. You hear me? I respect it. You your respect, sir.
I'm a grown ass man, dog.
All right, go ahead.
Look, I'm almost.
Me and Joe got tapes. A brother got 8 tracks.
I may not sound it, but I'm almost 50. I swear to you. I may not sound I'm almost 50. So.
Yeah, listen, man. Yo, look, man. You come on over to the side. You know what I mean? Come on over to the 50 side. You enjoy it. Ain't nothing different. We just getting better. That's all.
Yeah. No, but it would be, don't you think? Because I think we could get away with interludes. And so I was thinking to myself, like, well, I kind of thought about this last year, that it would be dope to kind of go back and listen to the interludes to some of the stuff we would listen to. Because back in the day, I think that was kind of like how we trigger. You know, it wasn't like we had the box, we had all that on TV. But once we bought the album or the tape or the CD, they all had interludes. Even like when I think about the records that we had, they had interludes.
Hey guys, sorry, I got to mute for a second. Answer this call from my sister. All right.
Yep, do your thing. Do your thing.
If you don't mind. All right. Thank you.
So, brother, Settin, don't you think interludes would be like the kind of like a intro to the, and then people get to introduce to the music again, you know, a little bit like they, you know.
Yeah. So now is the idea to are we doing like a trivia? Are we playing it and stopping it?
Well, first we gathering. See, we got to do the work. So first we got to get the interludes. Like I
went way ahead. My bad.
Right. So we got to do the work. Like, you know, I got a handful of little interludes that I like, but it might not be on the same level as yours. Mm-hmm. So you get, you know, you put some interludes together. You know, you pick a genre that you like, and then you kind of introduce those interludes, right? And then, you know, we have a show about it. You know what I'm saying? Different interludes that we like, you know?
Yeah. And then I know you were saying something about a time and a place when you were listening to certain things, like were you in a car or stuff like that. No, I like the idea. And you have to be creative. And like you say, you got to do the work.
Right. But it's real easy to do that if you already a music head and you listening to music and you're in your car and you kind of think back. You know, because like I said, I started my little list, like I was playing a little bit of it a while ago. And I said, you know, it'd be dope if we could just get all the interludes to that music. Yeah. Right. Yeah. You know, and we can do, like he said, we can do like the whole Tribe Called Quest. Daylight, so their interludes. We can do the down south interludes. We can do the interludes from the 80s, like we wanted to, right?
Yeah. So. And Redman, well, I'm not gonna go into my secret, but like it's guys like Redman and stuff like that.
I love Redman.
Yeah, a lot of interludes, a lot of
yeah. Right, and then you got, so we definitely got, EPMD and all of them. So we
Yeah,
got that, So I mean, it's just like brainstorming, like kind of like, and then I think you can build shows off of just that. Because then it brings everybody together with the whole music thing, and we all into music, and then it kind of like the hardest thing about YouTube, which we could do it on Rumble. The hard thing about YouTube is you can't play the whole thing.
right.
Interlude is way different.
Yeah. So is there like a cutoff to how many like seconds before they start to flag it, or do
That's
you know
what
that?
that's what I'm gonna do the research on. That's leave that to me.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So leave that to me with interludes, and then I also gonna do research on who actually owns the music, because I know that Tommy Boy will block you from YouTube. So like there's different, that's one thing about when I was playing music on my channel, I actually bought that music.
Okay.
So I bought it because I went to, there's websites that you can actually buy the music, but sometimes they'll tell you that person is going to make the money off of it, which I don't have a problem with it. I just want to play it.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Like I go to like Audio Jungle if I want to find some music for like a trailer or something like that, or even my background music, and they'll let you know this person allows the music on YouTube, and it'll be something like, say it's $5 for the beat or whatever, then it'll be like another $1 or $2, and it'll be up to 1 million views. So I'm like, okay.
Right. Then
Then you have to go to the next plan of copyright or whatever. But
right.
I know I'm not going to be getting 1 million. Well, I'm hoping I'm not going to be getting 1 million views. So
yeah.
I could just use the music.
Yeah, you need to send me that site you go to. But and then some of them let you link your YouTube account to it, so then you kind of know. But some, like for example, I always wanted to play the interlude to Sex Packets on and I can't find. I know who owns it, but I can't find if I can purchase it.
I'm back.
So that's why I'm like into interludes. That's what started me on this whole interlude thing, because I was trying to get the interlude to Sex Packets, because I wanted to play it. I wanted to play it on my well, actually, I wanted to play Danger Zone on my because it was somebody in the sector and they were sounding crazy, so I wanted to play and then I wanted to start off in a new dimension.
Get real creative.
Yeah.
Underrated album too, man. Sex Pack is an underrated album, man.
Yeah, for real.
Let me look. The story about Sex Packets is that parents bought that CD or tape for their kids because of the Humpty Dance.
Mm-hmm.
They did not know what was else on that album. that too. So I remember when I was a kid, I would play it. I would play the Humpty Dance, but when my parents weren't listening or in my headphones, I was playing all the other songs.
What is some of the stuff? It was something about freaks.
Was that the second CD?
Yeah. But they had this one song that was like conscious. And it was like, just put the drug, like they were conscious. And that was back in the day when Tupac was with them.
They had even if you think of, even if it sounds like a goofy song, but if you listen to the actual words, that No Nose Job.
Yeah, that was on there too. I like that.
That's what's that, 25 years ago that they were, and you could, that's still relevant now.
Did you know at that time that was Shock G was playing Humpty too?
Oh yeah. They would.
I'm not saying now. I'm saying back then.
Yeah, because he just looked like him, and they did the whole. He had an accent with his nose, and they just, Yeah, we wasn't.
Man, when I was a kid, we used to go back and forth. I used to tell them that's the same person. Nobody would believe me, and then one day, and I was just like, because when you go see him in concert, right, you would never see Shock G. He had a stand-in.
Mm-hmm.
His brother. It was his brother.
Yeah, his brother was standing, so nobody like really went. They've never seen him in person, and like you know, when you're in the West Coast, if you live in like where I'm from, the concerts were smaller, so you got to kind of see everything. So yeah, he would, and so I was like, no, that's the same person. That's the same Shock G.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was in my late teens when the Humpty Dance came out, so I probably was a little bit more skeptical at that point. So I was like, we did have a conversation. I can't act like somebody didn't say nah. No,
Yeah,
no,
somebody said nah. Like
yeah,
it always was somebody that said
yeah,
no, no, no.
yeah.
I didn't believe it for a while. I'll tell you.
Oh, you did?
I was like, no, it's not. Even seeing concert footage, I was like, they're both there, dude. This was an argument.
Well, because the videos, they can trick you. So you can see them standing next to each other, or they cut scenes. They'll put one on one and the other. And then if they show them both together, you can't really see Shock G really. You know what I'm saying? You can look at
you never just saying look like you're on the side.
Yeah. So they were creative, but just doing creative. That was crazy.
And the thing that got me, their voices were distinctly different. Also,
man. One of the things that and this came much later, but when I don't know if you guys saw this video when Shock G was describing the cadence of some of the rappers. He was talking about Biggie, he was talking about Tupac, and he was just like. I saw that. Just a genius, and what did he have, like drug overdose or something like that, right?
Yeah,
and he was a music guy. He played instruments, he played the piano very well and everything too, man.
Yeah.
He was a genius, you know, and that's what kind of like, and that broke me up when he passed away, and he passed away all alone by himself.
Yeah. That's fentanyl. I think it was like fentanyl, right?
Yeah,
that stuff is nasty.
Yeah, it's nasty. A lot of people they don't know what's in their stuff. Trust me.
Yeah.
So, but I think that it would be like a good show because I think like especially you want to draw like a positive crowd, but I think for us there in space there's people our age and a little older.
Yeah.
And we're like music heads for real. Like we love music.
And to be fair, I don't do sector content per se, but people still show up and they definitely contribute to the conversations that I try to have. It's never been, I don't think it's a situation where if we do something like this, it's not people are not receptive.
Right, but see, that's how kind of like my channel is too a little bit. I mean, there's a little bit of mess. We joke around and stuff, but at the end,
absolutely,
it turns into like a serious conversation or us just talking about real stuff. And so I thought about I've been thinking about going live, and I really want to do I really do. I like doing little funny like me, I like to do funny stuff and I like to keep things on YouTube anyway.
Yeah.
But I always like music is like my thing. So if if people are doing a lot of music stuff over here, they would have my attention.
Listen, and music is such a good connector of people. Like good music is good music, and I don't care where you like what genre is. If that favorite song comes on, especially if it's live, nobody ain't thinking about nothing else but enjoying the lyrics and bringing, like you was talking about earlier, bringing you back to a specific time. You know what I'm saying? When I first heard H-Town, I was in the car and we was, you know what I'm saying? When I first heard Biggie, matter of fact, when I first heard Biggie, I thought he was the dude from what's this? Who sing "Why You Getting Funky on Me"?
Big Bub.
No.
Yeah, right. But no, the guy, the musician, his name was Big Bub, but I thought it was Big Bub.
Yeah, I did too.
Because he sounded like that the rap from "Why You Getting Funky," man. We in the car. I'm like, oh, that's Big Bub. He got skills. I didn't know that. I remember driving from Hartford, Connecticut, back down to Bridgeport, Connecticut with my brother, and we was listening to that Juicy in the car. And I remember thinking it was Big Bub. But so like music has that ability to take you back to a place. So and get you in the mood, whether it be for a workout, whether it be for on a breakup, whether it be,
Gotta talk about all those soundtracks to our lives, and when they came in, like you're saying that too, man. How you rode with it, if you look for it, or even first times, man. First times where you were when you heard these songs come on, and like, damn, what is this?
And like Joe said, cleaning. That was my first introduction was Sunday morning when my mother was cleaning. She put the music on, and that's how you knew it was okay. That music was on loud. She's gonna be cleaning. The house gonna be smelling fresh. There's gonna be pancakes, sausage, and eggs. Everything gonna be getting cooked. But I remember music being the soundtrack for them Sunday mornings. The cleaning.
You let your mom do all that work on a Sunday?
Absolutely.
Cleaning, everything for you. What are you doing?
Oh, she woke you up out the bed. It was no, you wasn't gonna sleep in.
Right. You
Yeah.
weren't gonna sleep in, but like when my mother, like I remember like, my father, he would listen to like War, Pink Floyd and stuff like that. And then my mom was listening to like Millie Jackson, and she was listening to Shirley Murdoch, stuff like that. And I didn't know until I got older why men did not like Shirley Murdoch. Like women did, like she was like a home record. Like I listened to every song. She was like, I was with your husband. I love your husband.
Yeah.
And then Millie Jackson, she was a freak. Like what? And then my mom, I think my favorite, like I would like sneak my mom's record because she used to have not Millie Jackson. She used to have, what's her name? Minnie Riperton. I will never forget the album cover because of course she's holding the ice cream with suspenders on with no shirt on.
Yeah, I know that one.
And then and then there was Millie Jackson would have her tongue, you know what I'm saying? Like the album covers were like insane back then.
Yeah.
Yes.
One of my
dad's album covers.
Yeah, I remember my pops before he left, he had a lot of Johnny Guitar Watson. He had that song "Ain't That a Bitch." Yeah, and it was Johnny Guitar Watson on the cover with a dog. I forgot what kind of dog it was. It was a dog there with him. But if you listen to that song, the lyrics of the song is relevant today too. If you get a chance, take a listen to that.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about,
and that's the part that can make shows because we can take, the lyrics. I think we're gonna need this, my brother, at a certain age because we got 4 hard years that we got to put up with coming forward. So we need something that's going to kind of take that edge off.
Okay, I know who you did not vote for.
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all this. Don't be surprised when the next virus that hit, everybody itching. I tell people this all the time. It's gonna be a virus, and you gonna know everybody got it because they itching. Like, what is this?
You do that crackhead itch.
Yeah, everybody's itching. They gonna be like, it came from China. It started the itch. It'd be funny too. The itch started. In a town, and then it flew overseas. The stewardess was itching, and then next thing you know, there was a bunch of people itching at the nursing home. Like, oh, that would be hilarious.
Listen, we can't do no more lockdowns, man. We gotta figure out a way to that would. And I was considered essential, so I didn't lose any work, or I probably lost some overtime. There was no like extra work, but it still was one of them things where it was just I didn't think that we were gonna get out of it. It didn't seem like any end in sight, and the way things were shutting down, and how we were limited. I couldn't even see past where we were, but I'm glad we out of that. So Joe, don't be trying to.
Man, listen, I listen. Let me tell you, I don't wish for it, but when I just know that when they open up everything, I left the country. Like I couldn't deal. Like I said, if I don't leave the country now, so I left the country. I saw the other side of the world. So yeah, that was the thing I had to do. I said, let me do this, because you never know. But next year, in the beginning of next year sometime, I'm going on a cruise. So that's the only thing that's the only thing that I feel shaky about, because every time people go on cruise, they always come back with something.
or they get stuck at sea for weeks. Remember that was a story of them?
Yeah.
They had no plumbing, eating sandwiches.
Mhm.
Man, but you know what? Shoot, I worked all through COVID. Let me tell you, it was insane. It was an uptick, because everybody was at home. Shoot, so they, all I can tell you is my job required everybody to sit at home and do one thing, and I had to participate in that. So, but other than that, yeah, I think music is like the key to it. Kind of separates the drama from the,
Well, yeah, it got not Club COVID. What the hell is D Nice was doing?
Oh, what was he doing? I forgot what. Yeah.
But it really, music took us to two places. It got us the Verzuz, and it got us that Club Quarantine.
Listen,
and those two things popped off from there, man.
Look, that's what music does, though. It's not. I don't think it's underrated, but it's not talked about enough that music definitely takes people from a time and place, and the way certain songs made you feel, whether it be in a time of need or just you just feeling good in that particular day. If you think about some of the songs that, whether we agree with the lyrics or not, but like if you think of who sings Friday Night Just Got Paid, how many people can relate to that?
Stewart.
I'm saying how many people when you hear that song, you know what I'm saying, you could relate to that, and that's across the board. That brings so many people together. That's why I always say music is, if you got a good song, for the most part, it brings people together. And I mean, maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's not who you voted for. Maybe music is the answer.
Right, that's what I'm saying. The music is what and the other thing you gotta understand is during that period, all this emo music came out because we were all quiet. We weren't sharing these stories of how music influenced us. You know what I mean? So now we got a whole bunch of emo music. And it's really kind of dark. Like you kind of I hate to say it, I'm stuck in a few genres. But I remember someone was telling me, they said, you ain't heard that new song? I said, what new song? They're like, you ain't. I said, listen, my Apple Music plays only music that I like. And when when they make new music, that's when I listen to it.
Only reason I'm up on some of this stuff is because I got a 16-year-old, and I like to know what she's listening to, and she's been, I'm honored enough that she wants to sit. Yeah, she sends me songs and asks me what I think about stuff, and I have to remember like what I was listening to at 16. So when I hear stuff and I start to cringe, but I'm like, yo, you know what was you listening to and what was you doing? Okay, you know what? Let me not just be like, oh, this is trash because whatever. Let me listen to the songs and and hear what they're saying. And I actually started liking some of the stuff. But in general, when I'm in my car, I don't listen to music at all. I don't listen to anything. Most of the time I'm quiet, but if nothing else, I might have like a audio book, or my entertainment is YouTube. I might have YouTube in my ear.
You sound like my husband.
Listen,
because he's your age, so yeah, I think he's your age.
He's a young spry 51, is what you're saying?
No, he's a little older than that.
Okay.
Yeah, teeny bit. He got you. Let's just say he's from the generation of house music. So like when it is,
but I grew up on that too. I think what does it for me? Yeah, what does it for me is the gray hair. Like people. Yeah, so it's like you a little bit. I've always been accused of being older than I actually am.
Man, shoot. For me, it's the other. Look, for me, it's the other way.
Yeah.
I can't get I can't get above 30. I have to show you. You ain't see it. You be like, oh my God, no wonder.
Oh
No
boy.
wonder. No wonder.
Listen to this. I can't get above 30. Okay.
Man, look.
Let
Listen,
me
I'm telling you.
let me drop a bomb for that young Joe. All
Yeah,
right, all right.
and look, my baby face, like always.
She's saying
I'm
baby face.
Yes, always getting double takes. My passport. They just look at it twice.
Yeah,
Who is
man.
that?
It's been a while. Like I ain't been carded since I've been about 14, 15. Like I've been able to go into the bars, into the clubs and all that when I was young. Probably because of the crew I ran with. They was a little older, but there's never
Everybody
been
else like checking IDs. I'm like, no, you're good, sir.
Yeah, there's never been a time.
I set a camera at work, right? So I meet different people, right? And I swear, every last one of them, like I literally have to lead with that's how old I am because I'll get somebody that's a little older than me, and I'm training them, and then they'll say, "No, you lying." I say, "Yeah, I'm 49. Listen, they like, what are you drinking?" And then I like to tell them this: you guys are just not aging well. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm feeling shot. Like she's shooting at us. Last call, what's going on?
Man, what? No, don't put me in your.
Listen,
don't drag me in.
Listen, I'm following you, or I'll show you.
God damn.
Yeah, you'll be like, oh no wonder.
Oh, by the way, I sent you that audiojungle.net. I sent you that in your IG.
Oh,
so
okay,
check your message when you get a chance.
A brother of a certain age, man. You're trying to hungry hippo me, man. Pull me into.
I told you, I said last call, just create an IG just for YouTube and just only add people that's associated with just this thing that you're doing.
Yeah, if you're gonna do it, like my IG was because I don't know nothing about, and like you guys were talking about technology. I was probably the last person out of all my people to get a smartphone, and the only reason I got it is because people didn't know I didn't have a smartphone. They kept texting me, and I was getting charged. It was like $250 per text.
Yeah, I was
because
getting bullied.
I didn't have a smartphone because I was just like, I don't need it. I'm just gonna pick up the phone and call. I don't need pictures. I don't blah blah blah. All that shit that now I use. All of that I use now religiously, and like I freak out if I drove off and my phone is not in my car. I gotta turn back around. Like all the stuff that I was trying to avoid, I'm doing now. But I was one of the last people where they was like,
yeah, because you had your real name on yours, but I'm glad you changed. Did you change it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple of those. I did change it, but like I didn't understand that people was this crazy.
Man,
I didn't understand.
I mean, like, listen, this the funny part is this is like my real name. But unfortunately, I am very versed in technology. So, because I was around during the Black Voices days and, BET days, and we were all chatting over there. And so all this behavior showed up then. But this right here is on a level that I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't either. I'm not gonna say who it was, but it was a couple of years back where I was attending somebody's live stream, and they made a comment about something, and it was like, then they said my real name. Well, my name is Rodney. It's like, Rodney, no, he got a family. He know exactly what. And I was like, how the hell does this person know?
Yeah.
How do they know what I got?
Automatically shutting shit down behind the scenes.
So I'm like, oh, okay, but I still didn't like all the like doxing and exposing. That did never occur to me, just because I've always walked this earth as who I am. So I didn't think that I'm not that interesting that you need to, you know what I'm saying? You need to go find my background and find my.
And you wouldn't do that.
But the thing about it is, that's what I was saying about me. I'm off the grid. I'm not that interesting. I don't have all these different things going on, and then on top of that, so what? Like,
yeah. I mean,
oh wow, She lives somewhere. It's brand new. Like that's a new area.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
everybody has cameras here. And two, this is a gun state. You can't even make it down my block without a camera hitting you, because everybody on this block have a camera, a ring camera,
It's the same thing here. It's the same
and they
thing.
all communicate,
I-
with each other. So
Yeah. Do you? I know you find it. Y'all got y'all like all ringed up too. Last call. I'm gonna ask before I ask this question.
What do you mean?
The camera,
blink?
the ring camera. So y'all.
Yeah, I got all that. I got blink on the corners, everything. Yeah.
Man, listen, I'll be on. Listen, you go on there. See, my neighborhood's boring, but if you switch a neighborhood and pick somewhere else, oh my God, it's true. No, I'm like, they literally posted online. I thought they were being hacked, but nah, them people posting that stuff.
That's what I was gonna say. It gets a bit of like a gray and white cat was in. It's like they putting everything in there, but they do. But you know what? I see a lot of uptick of these. It's usually younger kids going and pulling on doors, like going in people's driveways. Because all where I live at is mostly single family, but a couple of duplexes, and people are going right in your driveway, pulling on your doors, taking your change or whatever. But get a lot of that on a ring camera. Or did you hear that boom? Did you hear that explosion? Was it gunshots? And get all these notifications on the ring. So some people, I think, use it for what it is. And
Man, listen, somebody said, "Is your AT&T out?" I'm like, what? Is your internet? Did your electricity go out? Did you hear that? What?
It always sounds like gunshots. It sounded like gunshots.
Did everybody hear those sirens? Now, where I live, there's a pack of coyotes, and I don't know if you ever heard what coyotes sound like. They don't sound like dogs.
No, they sound like a bunch of ladies
yelling.
Yeah, it's like like you hear that. Yeah, no, we definitely got coyotes out here.
Yeah. And so I had to look that up. When you hear them loud like that, they gotta kill. That's what it is. Like, so yeah, I bring my little dog in. I'm like, hey,
oh yeah, they'll take your dog. They'll take your dog.
They'll take the big one, nah. But my beagle, yeah. He don't even respond to him. Like, he in the house, he chilling. He's like, he knows those are not dogs.
Yeah, they animals know. Animals know. Yeah, there's a lot of deer, coyotes, deer, and then just your regular cats and dogs around here. Possums and like raccoons.
Yeah, we got that. We got raccoons, possums. Well, this is Texas, so
yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of it is the building that they're doing. They're going and building, and these animals are coming. They in your garbage because they getting forced out of the woods.
Yeah, that's what they build. Yeah, they're building up. Like, I'm like telling people. Like, y'all gotta move somewhere else. Y'all stop coming here, please. we full. We full.
Yeah. Now my son-in-law and my daughter, they got like a place out in Austin. They was talking about how much Austin is developing right now. It's just crazy out there. But yeah, man, if it's an area where there's no development, you got developers looking to start building. There's money to be made.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that out here, I guess it got to the point where you might as well get a house because the rent and house was the same.
Yeah.
So the mortgage, so it's like, but now I think it's gonna go back. I think that what's gonna end up happening is that the rent is gonna have to go down because people
it never goes
build
down.
all these houses. Well, because they build all these houses, right? And if they can't, get into those houses that they just all of a sudden build because people can't get loans to get into them, then something got to happen.
Yeah, it depends on where you at, because so I'm right next to New York, and the train line runs from what is it? I don't know. I don't remember. I think it's Metro North. I don't know if that's still the name, but Metro North, I believe it was, runs through Connecticut and to New York. So a lot of what happened during the pandemic was a lot of people moved from New York to Connecticut, drove the prices of the homes up, so on and so forth. But my mortgage on either one of my properties, my mortgage is way lower than what people are paying for rent. It's not even close. But
wow.
I got into my mortgage, like one of my mortgages I got into in 2003. So,
Mhm.
and that was like 3.75%. And then like some of my rental properties was before the pandemic, before the interest rate hike for the mortgages. So you talking about $1,100, $1,200, $1,300 per month for multifamilies, and people are paying $2,000 in my same city to rent. People are paying $2,000 to rent in a 3-family, renting the 3rd floor in the 3-family. So the
And
rent,
then more, yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened here. So it was like shit, I might as well buy a house.
yeah,
Cause but people in Texas, what they end up doing is they got the money to get into the house. It's the maintenance. They can't handle the maintenance, and they can't handle the HOA, and they can't handle the taxes. And so that's kind of why you see those houses end up back on the market.
right.
So
And the banks really don't want them, so they're not trying to foreclose because they're gonna end up losing out. So your best bet.
Well, banks can't even own houses anyway, so that's another thing that because in my previous life business, but no, they can't really own houses. But see, what's making the housing market go up for us is Californians are moving here.
Yeah,
And so,
California.
right, and see with Californians, they brought the tech businesses too. So the tech businesses and the food and stuff, and then like the Midwest, the food, everything is starting to cater towards them more so now. It's a lot of implants,
Right.
so that's what's kind of keeping the market where it is. Florida, oh yeah, people from Florida is moving here because it's cheaper. You can get a bigger house for the same price.
Yeah, Texas is a landing spot. I've been
Right.
hearing that for the last 3 or 4 years that Texas is a place to go taxes wise and all of that.
Yeah, because we don't pay state taxes because we're taxed on everything else. we're taxed like when we go on the freeway, we're taxed at the store. But we don't pay taxes on food though.
When you say the freeway, you talking about tolls?
Yeah, we got man. Listen, there's on certain times of the day, $20.
What?
Yeah.
What do they call that? What do they call
Yeah,
that?
man, and they only do it
underpay
at a certain time of the day. And then what's really messed up is people don't want to pay the money for those tolls, so they're on the regular road and it's packed. You can drive 70 miles per hour out here, but everybody's going about 40 to 50. So, it shouldn't take no hour to get all the way to Dallas. Like, it shouldn't take no hour to get all the way to around the Metroplex. It takes almost 2 hours because of.
Yeah, I'm glad. Like my job is literally 10 minutes away, whether I take the highway or the streets.
Yeah.
From my house. We did have tolls in Connecticut years ago, but there was like a lot of accidents because people was like crashing into those tolls. So there's no tolls here in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, as far as I know. But New York, yeah, you go into New York, you getting taxed.
Well, see, my thing is this, like, you build all these big roads and stuff, but we have weather where you can't drive. If it drops under 30 degrees in Texas, no one's leaving the house. And if
y'all shut down.
They're done. Yeah, because what it is that they can salt the road all they want to. The wind and the rain is going to just rinse it right on off. So we don't have a system that can actually maintain putting salt on the roads. Like, we just don't have it. So it's slippery. I remember one time I was driving. I was like, oh, let me get back home. I had to drive real slow to my vehicle, and I have all-wheel drive, so my vehicle was like sliding, spinned around. I was like, oh. I just let it spin, because I did defensive driving. So I'm like,
But you from Chicago? That like I can't like I know it gets crazy here in the winter. It gets slippery. It gets like, but and can
I
understand
only
in
drove in
Connecticut.
Chicago. Listen, I drove in Chicago on vacation, and it was during the summertime. I would
Okay.
never drive in Chicago after that. Most of my driving was in the Southwest.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say Chicago is just as bad. That's like Minnesota, Chicago, like some of them places. And I look at
California is horrible. California has like the worst, like really bad traffic because everyone's speeding.
I only seen that. I've never been to Cali before, but I've only seen that.
In that shit. And then you use GPS and it, this GPS as you go, like we got a quicker route for you. That sort of thing. It pulls you off the highway to do all this stuff to put you behind the car you were in front of in the first place.
He ran against AI, Joe. Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it.
Oh no!
Nah,
and it failed. And it successfully failed. Yeah.
It could take like 40 minutes just to drive 7 minutes away. I swear to you, it was like what?
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Because I remember when I went, every time I kind of go, I'll stay in Anaheim just to go somewhere else. Because if well, it's because it's nicer over there. But I know that everybody's going to Disneyland but me, so I'm going the other way. I try to go. Yeah. So.
But you probably already been there. You know the traffic, so you know what I'm saying you experienced. But the average person, like the tourist, is gonna go to, the main attraction. I probably, even though I've been to Disney in Florida, if I went to Cali, I probably would.
Well, the reason why you would go to Disneyland in California, because you'll stay around there, is because then they have shuttles and you don't have to drive.
Yeah. That was
nearby. But
that was the same thing in Florida.
Right, but I was going to Universal Studios, and I drove to California from Texas. That's a long drive, I'm telling you right there.
Well, Texas is a hell of a
so we drove, and then we went up the coast, and so we drove everywhere in California. But I just know that I wanted to go to Universal Studios, and I stayed in Anaheim, and it took us like an hour to get to Universal Studios.
Yeah.
From there, yeah. So, and it's like I said, it's like a lot of young people. You'll see a lot of like really like nice cars. And a lot of accidents.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about like, especially like the traffic over here is I-95 is the main, but you see a lot of accidents and stuff. Like when you go overseas and there's places where there's no like traffic lights and the shit seems to just move. There ain't no accidents. Everybody's doing this dance.
Are you talking about the roundabouts?
Man, nah, it's where they don't have it's like organized chaos.
Yeah, with scooters and cars and
they
and
move
little
out your
minibuses.
way.
Everything just moves.
Yeah.
And we're here where you got traffic lights, stop signs, all this stuff. It seems like people can't follow those directions and constantly running through stop signs, constantly running through red lights. And then
too many people want to express their rights.
Right. But then you go somewhere where they don't have any of that stuff. And I'm not saying that accidents don't happen, but I'm in the cars, you take a taxi, a private taxi, and you're going somewhere. I'm like shitting myself, but he's moving in the car before moving, and the guy on the scooter is everybody's kind of, and then there's a bus, everybody's kind of just doing their thing, and there's no,
Man, let me tell you what they do. They play chicken a lot. So they'll be driving because the wheels on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So they're driving and they'll go into the other lane and in front of the other car. They'll go in, and they just do it consistently. Yeah. And it's like we can't do that here.
No, you cannot do that. They're cool with it. And like me, I'm like, yo, like this might be a fight, but these guys, they yell at each other and keep it moving. Just keep it moving.
Yeah.
Man, I just had to, sit back and just not look out the window. I just kind of I'm just in the car. Yeah. I just can't.
and then like if you go somewhere like a Jamaica, when like you going up the mountainsides, and it's like this little teeny road, and traffic going both ways, and the bus I was on, he was like damn near tilting off the mountain.
Yeah.
And he's going, but it works. It like I'm in there and like, yo, this is he gonna make? Is it he really gonna go around? They just go around, drive, and it's not. So if it was slow, I get it. But these dudes is just
they
skating.
just whipping around.
Yeah, they're whipping around. And I always try to gauge like if I'm on a plane, because I don't like flying, I'll gauge the flight attendants, like what they're doing. And so if I'm in the car and I'm watching this driver looking, smiling, laughing, waving at people, I say, okay, he must knows what he's doing. That's how I calm myself down. But looking over the side of the mountain doesn't. That don't help.
Yeah. When I went overseas, like the people, they have like family and friends, they have drivers. So we just had a driver. Someone just drove, but they got their own Uber over there, and it's insane. They got their own little Uber. Everybody's like driving little Honda Fits, and I'm like, I want one. like I don't know why, but I don't want to drive it out here because everyone has F-150s. I had to get an SUV because of it. I'm like, oh no, I can't. Yeah, I can't. They just move you out the way. If you driving a sedan here, you just not getting by. There's like trucks. There's it's the Mecca. So I said, let me go get me a bigger vehicle so I can sit up high. You ain't gonna be bullying me off the freeway.
And then
once you get a high riding vehicle, man, you can't go back to a low riding vehicle, man.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I definitely agree. I'll never get a car again. And I enjoy, like I had like I think I had an 87 Bonneville at one point.
I remember those.
I had a Mazda 626, a Chevy Trailblazers, and now I got a Yukon.
Oh, I had a Trailblazer. I love that car, man.
Yeah, man. I had to give it I gave it to my sister when she moved to Maryland. She needed a car, and I was looking for something bigger. So anyway, I went with the Yukon, and I can't see myself going smaller than that now.
Yeah, I can't. My husband can drive a sedan, but I can't. At least I like to shop. So I gotta load my vehicle.
Got the automatic trunk all the way headed there. It's ready to put the bag in.
Man, you don't know what's gonna be in there. You should have brought some chairs home. What?
The bag. You said the bag. She talked about the bag. She trying to fill that thing up. My moms do the same thing. She called me and asked me to use my truck. My brother and my sister, no, I want yours because she can fill that thing up.
Yeah, because especially when you go to the home stores, so you need a truck or something. So yeah, I gotta have one. I just like to be sitting up. I don't like to scratch. I like to just get up and out. I don't want to sit far down and be driving.
Yeah, the same thing for me. Like just sliding out because I'm 6'3", so sitting down in the cars that are lower. It's easier for me now just to slide out the truck and so as I get older,
when you older too, your knees, come on.
Yeah, your knees and back.
Snacking.
Yeah, you're not trying to be squatting and don't get me wrong. When I get in the car, there's a lot of when I sit down and I lift my leg up, but it's much easier from the
brother.
I'm ready. See,
you do the whole 90-degree turn before you get out.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm at that age where I'm ready to be chauffeured around. Like that's where I'm at. Like, give me about a couple more years. I'm drive me over here. I'm gonna have a driver.
I agree with you. There's so many times I'm thinking like, yo, let me just cash in everything I got, or whatever I got, just get and stop and just chill the fuck out. But I'll fuck around and end up living to 90 and run out of money. So I can't quite do it.
Yeah, you running out of money.
Yeah, I can't quite do it.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, like, these are the conversations I like to have. Just, chopping it up, talking about real stuff. But I just never been in a space where people were taking notes.
Yeah. That scares me.
Yes,
Scares me as
well,
a newbie.
the thing about it that makes it like really scary is that a lot of people don't understand. Like, we live in a world where I'm not really worried about the person that I'm talking to per se. I'm more worried about the person that's sitting there listening and saying, "Hey, you live where? Let me go
Yeah, yeah.
see."
I get it.
And that's what I think it is. I think it's to try to not even like to embarrass you, but to scare you, to
Yeah,
make you
yeah.
terrified, make you like. And I'm just saying, listen, I don't want to commit any crimes, legal crimes, because this is a castle state. But I just don't want to wake up, with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, like,
Yeah.
oh, do you know I had to shoot somebody before because that was on the internet and they came to my house.
Yeah, trying to explain that but that even like I'm the same way. Like I enjoy having just regular conversations. See, y'all see what I do most of the time.
Yeah.
I had a little more fun on Halloween, and I was kind of worried about last call because I know you don't get into the fuckery like that. And I was messing around, at the beginning with the costume and all that, and I was like, damn, last call would be the guy because he don't really, what I'm saying, he don't even know what I'm actually doing here. And I didn't want to get, but the problem is not that. The problem is somebody seeing you there with me and assuming that you are co-signing what I'm
The
doing.
things that you're doing. Yeah, that's what they do. And it's
That's more what I was worried about.
right. And the thing about it is, it's like me, I would rather have 5 good people watching than an audience of just a lot of disruptors. So
Right.
I always went into that mindset, so I never really worried about the amount of audience. That wasn't a thing for me. It was just the interaction.
And just watching for the wrong reasons, like
Yeah.
people on the outside just looking for some shit to like, oh, okay, and that's just the wrong attention to be involved in. You know what I'm saying? That's the wrong reason to cam up. It's the wrong reason to have a channel to be able to do that. It should really be more of this. And I really would wonder just what that person's life is like that are sitting there taking notes and thinking this shit is real. Like, you might have some sort of disagreement, and for me it's over. When I take off the computer, it's over. When I sign off, I'm like, well, whatever, I stay away, because I've certainly had people like that where I'm just like, I just stay away from this individual. But for some of these people, this is life.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say it and keep it simple like this. If you don't control the AC in your house, and a lot of time it might be because you're married. So, I don't want to take that from you, brother, a certain age if you're married. You might not be able to control it just because of that. But when she ain't there, you can. They can't, they don't have that. There's a stage of your life that they may have not experienced.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that growth of being like independent and on your own and worrying about the stresses of life itself, more so just worrying about simple things like what kids would worry about, like, when I'm gonna eat, when I'm gonna go to bed. So it might be a simple lifestyle for them, but with the rest of us, it's more like, listen, I got more problems to think about than just this. Like, I log off, So, like, with that being said, you just kind of, like with me, you just kind of have to separate kind of who you engage with them more. And at first you're kind of like, you trying to be neutral. You're like, I don't, because, like, brother, certain, you don't have any ops. Like, what is an op? Like, my op would be my bills. That's my op.
Right.
Yeah.
My op would be me having to clean my kitchen. Like, that's an op. But so when you see those kind of things going on and people are kind of trying to steer you one way or another way, that's kind of where it gets like a little discouraging. You don't want to share, because I remember when we first came on here, people were a little bit more open. They were
Right.
they were communicating on IG. They were sharing a little bit more of themselves, and now everybody's tight-lipped.
Yeah, yeah. I was saying I this was my entertainment. I wasn't going to the movies. I wasn't spending money anywhere else. So when I saw people putting on shows and when I saw people taking their time, because you trading your time for essentially nothing, right? The advantage of a job is trading your time for money, but coming up on here and you're not monetized. So I was much more generous, like, because I'm able to do it. I was much more generous with the cash apps and stuff when people were doing shows a couple of years back. But like you said, what it turned into, like, okay, let me just pull back because
Oh, it's extortion. Like it was like some people, they were being extorted. Like
yeah.
I'm a come after you because you're no longer giving me cash apps. Other people were getting cash apps, and then like I had this rule, like I was being like facetious, but I was like, man, I'm only giving out $2. And it was like this, I was notorious for like 1 year. I was just giving people $2. They were like, $2.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said, yeah, 2 piece and a biscuit. What else is you supposed to do?
Yeah, yeah, that's I think that sounds about right. I think you would go a year giving people
Yeah,
$2.
I did the whole year. I was just like, and I don't know where I got it from. I think it was because I saw somebody asking for cash out.
Mm,
And I was like, I'll give you $2. Like I was like, so it just went a long way. But no, it was in the beginning of this sector, people were getting a lot of money. But what I found out is that we were paying. We weren't just like paying for the content. We were paying for vices. Like
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, look, I don't want to contribute to your drinking and your smoking. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting a little too high over there. I know we're in the house, but yeah, so it kind of went from that, and then for some people, we were paying car payments and helping them get their cars and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
but
But
I think it's because when COVID happened, people were sitting on a lot of more money.
yeah, there was a lot
And
of that.
right, and so now that COVID is over, those we like, nah, we outside. I want to travel and do other things, and then they're still stuck where they're at. And so let me just go live. And there are people in this space. I really honestly believe that there are people on YouTube and online in real life that really have levels of paranoia. And this is just a
More
mecca.
than that.
Right. This is like a mecca. But if you go outside, you can't tell me that there's not one person down the street that you see, is talking to themselves or, or calling in or going into a store. So I think that in this little space is more than the normal. Like, you see it. And so I think that, and especially you, brother, you kind of doing your best to maneuver it. You try not to engage,
Yeah.
which is all you can do, because that's what I try not to do. I try not to go back and forth. I kind of try to leave it right there and then just kind of move it along. You'll see that, I'll just, get at somebody and then I'll just keep it pushing.
I would say you pull back a lot though. I would say in the last year, because before that you stay on somebody's neck for a little bit. Right now.
Oh yeah, I used to be. Well, the reason why I used to do that was because I believe there were people. See, I'm from the roasting generation, so we're in a I remember when I first came in this space, there were people that dropped down the chat, and I was like, "Yay!" I would like we could go back and forth, like, "Yay!"
Yeah.
And they kind of got it. They knew what I was doing. Like they knew I was just like we just from that generation. But then the young, like the millennials and stuff, they really kind of take it a different way. So I was kind of like, at first I would gauge, like, so, if you were around my age, then the back and forth would be equal because we're the same. But if you were younger, then I kind of could tell it was kind of like a little harder. So then I started kind of like seeing people being mistreated. And I said, wait, don't mistreat that person. And then after a while, I said, oh, no, that's not my battle. I'm sorry. I can't fight your battles. I can't, and there are people that I probably engage with that I would have never engaged with because of certain people. So like there's chats that I just second guess myself, like, I would have never dropped down in that person's chat if the people that I didn't socialize with went there.
Yeah.
So now I kind of like pull back because I say I'm not going to that channel just to socialize with those people. So I'll wait until somebody that I like that kind of has more of an even playing field go live, and then I'll socialize with them there.
Yeah, that's probably I would describe what I do as the same way. I just think like at one point I thought like because it was so much like roasting and going back and forth going on that I which is I enjoyed that. So at one point I thought that was really the extent of it, but we know now that certain people get upset and more upset than the next person, and then they decide to take it to another level and do other things to like affect your actual life. Yeah. Or try to. So that's where I was kind of
the thing about it is when I tell you they try to, a lot of times they play on certain situations. Like for example, if this becomes such an addiction to you where you're on here while you're working, that can affect your job, because if someone contacts your job and say you're on the internet while you're working, that's an effect. But all the other stuff is just nuisance,
Yeah.
And so I think that what happens is that there are people that come here for a certain reason and have a lot of issues going on in their real life. And then people kind of, pay attention to it and try to exploit it and just very, very ornery and revengeful, and then take credit for those things when they probably had nothing to do with it in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You just kind of like me. I don't, even though I joke around and say this all the time, but I don't be on the panel when I'm working or when I'm supposed to be working. Like that's just, I can't do it. It's a security thing, but I just can't do it. But when I'm off, or I'm not busy, I'll come on here and laugh and stuff. But nobody wants to see their house and their family members online. And I feel like if that happened to me, I would just disengage completely.
Right.
Like totally disengage, totally cut it off. Like, that's just the only, because I know me, and then some people are not in the financial position to handle things like that happening. And plus the laws are only slowly changing now. So, there's not a lot of that. First, there wasn't a lot of laws, but in some states, I mean, like in Texas, it's like a 1 year in jail for the level of stuff that they're doing on here. So if you see me not doing it, it's because I'm not going to jail for nobody.
Listen, I understand.
Like, I don't know, if you got, maybe you don't got nothing to lose, but I ain't finna go to jail for nobody. If you're looking to publicly humiliate me and embarrass me, my friends and family, oh yeah, guess what? I was on this space on YouTube. And I was saying a couple of things, that's how it is. But no, it's not like that. They know it's a space on YouTube that I go to that they are not, they're refusing to go to because they understand how toxic this might be for them. So yeah, it's just about that. But I think that there are a lot of good people here still. I think like if I go live, you'll see them. They'll drop down. Like, you'll see a couple of trolls, and then after a while, they just leave. Because it's all about the type of person. Like, that's like we, brother and Surname, I'm sorry to tell you, you're part of the panel killing committee. We just dry.
The what? The panel killing committee?
Yeah, that's what they kind of call us because we're just so dry.
Listen, I can't. There's no other way to be. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But that's the thing, though. there's enough of the other stuff. There's enough personalities. There's enough people that are, you know, a character, and some of them caricatures. There's enough of that, and then it wouldn't be natural anyway. You know what I'm saying? You like if I come on tomorrow and I go live and I got jet black beard, like y'all gonna be like, come on, bro. That's
Exactly.
Yeah,
Do it.
So if I come on here and be like, okay, husband, prove it, my husband be like, get off of here.
Yeah.
He'll embarrass me. He'll be like, you shouldn't be on here anyway. They're like, what? The husband isn't even defending her. He told her to get off of there.
Yeah. Your
Get off there.
caretaker tell you that it's too loud, and then tell you to get up. Oh, anyway, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, but they know my husband like knows, like he knows about the sector. He's not in the sector, but he knows about the players in the sector. He knows. He sometimes he asks me this one question. He'll say, "Are you watching a recording?" And I say, "No, it's live." He said, "Oh, it sounds like something I heard a year ago." Okay.
Yeah, you did. You heard it a year ago.
So he'll just be like, he kind of like he he has his own little spaces that he go to, but he said that it's what did he say? He said it's too much verbal diarrhea over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little bit. But you know, during the pandemic, this shit was medicine for me, because I was in a dark place, and I like listening to y'all on these panels going back and forth, yelling at each other, cussing each other. Like that was cathartic for me. I was like, yeah, get him.
Much.
Man, look, let me tell you something. If you ever heard me cussing somebody out on here, all you heard was giggling behind it. Because there's like, to me, it's like I'm punching the air. Like, do you realize all I gotta do is turn down the volume? I don't hear you no more. Like, you know how much control I have?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that people kind of, it seems like they forget about, the fact that ultimately you have control over what you listening to, what you consume, what channels you go to, and you can always just say, unsubscribe and say don't recommend this channel, and keep it moving. You can just do that.
But you know, people like to argue. You know, our people like to argue. We love to argue. We argue at barbecues.
I love a good argument. I love a good argument. I love it. Matter of fact,
as long as it's harmless.
Yeah, one time, me and my friends went camping, and you know, it was like 5 or 6 of us looking like me, you know what I mean? And so I'm just leave it at that. So now I don't smoke or I drink, but so there was some smoking going on. There was all kinds of stuff going on, and the people that was camping next to us, they left the night before us. I think we did like a 3 or 4 days where we had our tents up for like 3 or 4 days, and the people next to us were leaving like a day or two before, and they gave us their firewood. They was like, "Hey, we leaving. Y'all want our firewood?" And blah blah blah. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we take it. And then the lady, so everybody looked like me. These other group of people did not look like me. Quite the opposite. And I remember the lady, when she was giving us the firewood, she was like, "Hey, could I suggest to y'all, not to argue so much, and you don't want to fight." And what she heard, she thought that we was about to fight. And if you listen to us, we like, "Man, I'll punch you," but we didn't mean that. So I get it. We love it. We loved it. We enjoy it. And somebody from the outside looking in is going to be like, "Yo, why are you there if they're doing all this stuff?" But, it is what it is. And
well, like I said, it's just, and then, it's just, that's just what we kind of do. We love to argue, go back and forth. But, sometimes it's a stress reliever. I love a good debate. Trust me.
Absolutely.
I love a good debate. But I mean, but you can't out debate me and by telling me That's why your husband. Like what?
Yeah.
Like you can't out-debate me when all I'm gonna do is go take a nap. Like I was like, oh, tired. Let me go take me a little nap.
I think maybe that's a topic too in its own. Could discuss the boundaries of what people have with being online and live chat, and how much of their lives they dedicate to what could be the ridiculousness of having these online personas and stuff as well. Because just like you're saying, you stepped on here, you didn't think twice about just putting your information on there and everything. I think when I kind of decided I was doing a little bit more, like maybe appearing in somebody's chat and just saying what's up, I was like, automatically, well, I don't even have a social media anyway like that, but automatically it was like, I wouldn't use my real name in this environment. And maybe that comes through major observation before I actually participated in anything too,
Right. My thing was I didn't separate like from the, so you go back further.
Oh, sorry, wait a second. Josephine saying she was kicked out for some reason. Who kicked Josephine out? Did you kick Josephine out? Well, come back in, Josephine. Use the link. I didn't kick you out.
Yeah, I think it's, the link is pinned. So,
Kicked out.
What happened to you?
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm on my computer now. I don't know what happened. The app just said, "Let me just close on you."
Yeah. You sound like like your mic is a little bit more booming right now.
Oh yeah. See,
In a good way.
Yeah, that's that Mac. That Mac does a lot. Especially without a mic or anything, you just chilling.
Yeah, I got a Mac Mini. That thing is, I'm loving this thing, man. It don't take up a lot of space, and it's pretty powerful right now for what I need.
Yeah,
and that's your main one. You walk around with it, and you
no. This one stays me. I have a my this is not my laptop. The Mac Mini is just like a little. It's a quote unquote desktop basically.
Right. Okay.
But they just came out with a Mini 4. I don't have that one. I have just the Mac Mini. I don't know if it's 1 or 2.
I wouldn't get it until they come out with like another software update, and then go get it. Like, because
I'm sorry, say again.
And then move into it. Like, wait until it comes out with. Because right now they got the new one, but those Mac Minis right now, they're not going to come preloaded with it.
Yeah, right.
I always say wait a little bit until they get rid of that first model, and then the updated model will show up. But it's still the same model. They just go by model numbers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted something because I was taking my my MacBook everywhere, and I feel like I was beating it up a little bit. And that's how I was when I went online, when I went live and stuff. Everything was from my MacBook, so I wanted something that all I got to do is sit my ass down, press power on the power strip, and everything comes on. The lights, the cameras, everything comes on, and I didn't move it. So that's why I went. I was going to get like a gaming computer because I want to do gaming as well, but I just said, I decided on the Mac Mini, and they have the Mac Studio too, which is a little more powerful. And my son-in-law uses that, and he has it for what he does. He has a pretty successful channel, and he also for what he does, the information and stuff, it's a pretty good studio for him.
So what you working with, last call? Because I know you seem like you're technology deprived. Got to get you up.
Oh shit! Come on, man.
Game over here.
All right. So since you guys are Mac people, I got a PC. I do make sure that I use all right equipment, and I'm up to date for what I need. And understand, I don't do the social media, and I don't do gaming, so I don't need all that nerd stuff. All right.
So, listen, I want a PC, a Mac, Android, and like I have everything over here. So,
what are you running, NASA over on your end?
Huh?
What are you running, NASA over on your end? Huh?
No, I'm a tech person. I keep telling
You're
you.
doing the same thing I'm doing on my side over here. All right, on my PC, and I'm gonna brag. It's an Intel Core i7 chip. Boom.
Okay. So yeah, my PC is the only thing I do on there is log into Outlook. But yeah.
Why do you even have it then? Why do you even have it to say you have it?
Because she can. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
To
well,
tech
because-
people.
Yeah, because I'm skilled in a lot of things. So if I want to change like company, profession, everything I'm doing, I can just go to that company instead of what I'm over here. So back and forth, yeah.
And I
So
don't
you have
need
to
I don't
say,
need 800. I don't need 800 terabytes to play solitaire. All right.
That's what you do it on yours. Well, I think I have to do the content, like, just to do the videos and stuff that I can do. Really, I would probably have to upgrade my Mac. So this was just like a little bitty hobby. I think what I was working with a content creator, and I was gonna help him kind of get his channel going and kind of give him some of the skills that I have on how to use the system and stuff. But so then I started playing around with the software. But I really am going to be honest with you. A lot of times, if you see my content, it kind of evolves. It's because I'm trying to learn a new software program all the time. So my last video, I had actually perfected something. It just doesn't look like it. But to me, I did. So yeah, so I make videos in the sector. I just use the sector to kind of, learning like a new skill or learn how to use something. The only thing I'm not using is Adobe. I don't want to be in the Adobe ecosystem.
Oh, the ecosystem.
But I had it for a year, and it's just too much of everything. When there's a lot of application that can do way less for less.
See, I haven't graduated. I'm still everything I do. If you see any kind of editing, even if it looks like it's done somewhere else, everything I do is through Canva. I haven't graduated to anything.
Oh yeah, I did. Listen, that last video was in Canva.
Oh, okay, okay.
Right,
I didn't think.
but see, you couldn't tell, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say. I assumed that you were like when I look at what I'm doing and I look at what you did. Like, yeah, I assume that.
So you can't tell, right? So that's the science of it. Can I use Canva without you knowing I used it?
Right.
That's the whole goal of it. So the trick to using software is that, and just like with AI, and he's gonna learn this too, is that without creativity, these things don't grow. There's no extension. So a lot of these things, like when I build a character, I'm very descriptive. You're talking about a person that was watching Time Bandits, never-ending story. They used to watch
Time Bandits.
Right. They used to kind of watch, things like that. So when you're building characters or things like that, you have to be very descriptive. And what a lot of people wonder is how come I'm able to get my characters to closely resemble people in this space? Like, that's the whole science to it. Well, that's because I'm a people watcher. I watch people.
Dangerous.
Right. It's a dangerous trade, right? Well, I'm trained to do it too. So, it's like, my degree falls into it too. So I'm a people watcher. I can kind of like pick up on characteristics and things that people have. And so I do it in a very like tasteful way. I'm not really trying to find out who people are, but it's just interesting how you can actually bring somebody to life.
You're right.
With your own words. And so AI is like that. But what people don't understand about AI is that somebody created that stuff first before AI can actually attach itself to it. So, like back in the day, people use fiber, and they, there's a lot of digital artists in the world. Like a lot of my friends are artists, and they do different types of art, abstract art, like different types of art. And so they sell their art. Well, there's a lot of digital artists. So these companies and these programs pull from those artists. So it's always going to have a human element. So the better descriptive you are and the better you understand it, the better your character comes out. But I'm very surprised because your character looks like you.
Well, I have to put in like my name. It's very specific. I'll say because what I had to do was upload 10 different pictures of me from different angles and
yeah. You use that software. Yeah.
Right. So it created my imagery from that, and then from there, it's like you can use let's see. Just go look now,
but the good ones you have to pay for, because there are ones that can make you look like you doing God knows everything, but they're expensive.
Right. So you can use like the story mode and things like that, and only like you can create that. It allows you to create the image, but if you download it, it has a watermark on it.
Yeah.
But if you are creative,
I know how to take out watermarks.
You know what I'm saying? You can.
I've been know how to take out watermarks.
Yeah. If you're creative, you can. The watermark is not an obstacle. But I have to be very specific. I can't just say as me. I have to say as me, with a bald head and a full gray beard, smiling while sitting at a.
You got. That's what I'm saying. You got to be superly scripted.
Yeah.
But what I know how to do is I know how to put a watermark in there where you can't remove it, and then I also know how to take there's like, how sometimes if you try to screenshot something and you can't.
Yeah, it'll tell you that this application doesn't allow you to screen.
There's programs for that. So
there's technology that does that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Gmail does that. People don't even know that when you send an email to Gmail, you can set it where you can't forward it. Yeah, there's a lot of technology. Jobs use this technology all the time. That's why you can't do a lot of these things. But the consumer, they can, there's a lot of technology. But the good thing is like with me, because I know you heard that like me and YM are the same person when we're not. Two different people. And ChatGPT said so. That was funny.
Weirdness.
Yes, it is.
Huh?
He said, yes, it is.
It is. He said it's accepted weirdness. Yeah, it is.
Yes, he said he asked ChatGPT. And how he did it was he took writing from two different people, put it in ChatGPT, and ChatGPT that said it's a probability that these two people are the same people. But is it possible that these two people might have the same kind of personality, which is why it's possible. It's like, people are really, really insane around here. And then it's kind of like this running joke because everybody, first of all, we used to joke about us being the same people for like a long time. And then one day it's a thing. Like what?
Yeah. It
is totally different. The way we talk is totally different. I misspell a whole bunch of words intentionally.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that y'all was just watching what you guys write and watching your styles.
You can
there's
tell.
no way I don't need ChatGPT to tell me.
Yeah, you would tell it too.
You guys are you're the Shock G and Humpty Hump of the sector.
No, but I think she started going on panels, and so now I'm using AI. So I decided to use AI this time just to
Well, you can listen. You can do it. You see, I did a for my Halloween trailer. I was able to find the ghost. I'm not Ghostface. I did Ghostface, but I didn't like the way it sounded. The Saw, what's Jigsaw? I was able to use his voice to put a message mentioning my name.
Yeah, you can, right? I know.
Yeah.
Listen, I want
So Joe, you might actually be YM still. I don't,
Yeah, it might be, but no, I want to use. I want to find the soundboard for the Gremlin voices, and I want to create like chat, like just take the people just communicating in the chat and put them behind Gremlin voices. I think it would be hilarious.
I'm gonna look that up when I have some time. I'll definitely look that up.
Yeah, so I like to cartoon voices and stuff like that. But she uses Adobe and I don't. I use like Canva. I think sometimes she might use iMovie, but no, we are. I think we just have similar personalities. Maybe like in that similar personality, like our humor is the same, maybe a little bit. But she's way more judgy. I'm more like a clowner. I'm just like I like to laugh all the time. And plus I'm on the panel and she's not. But I don't know how I could talk to myself at the same time that fast. That's insane. I was like, I'm still trying to figure it out. So
AI, man.
AI, yeah, AI, but we worked on the prototype for ChatGPT like a year ago, right? And I can just say we have, right? And ChatGPT is not designed to figure out like a human, like it's not able to do that. What ChatGPT does is just provides information. So it's like through a database. So it needs a human element to be able to tell if two people are the same or not. It's not able to do that. So but you can ask it leading questions and it will give you a leading answer. So because what was weird was I asked ChatGPT the same thing and I put 2 samples in, but he left out the one part where ChatGPT, what it said was they can't tell us that we are the same person. Like he left that one part out. Like he didn't read the whole thing. So, but the thing about I think it was kind of like fun and entertaining, to watch them try it. But I think at the same time, you got to be careful with those people because their whole intent is to try to dox and try to dig, into your livelihood. And they probably are not trying to dox me. They're probably trying to dox her. Yeah. So it's like their target is not me, we're going to say until one of them prove that they're not the other. And then they reveal more things about themselves. You know how they do.
Yeah. Get you talking. But I just want to say last call is not involved in any of this. Y'all don't
Last call is just enjoys Joy's being online talking. He has limited access to technology, as he said here.
I don't appreciate you attacking my technology. Especially, didn't your technology kick you out of my chat?
Yes, my StreamYard app did close out, and it's something that it might do. It might be because
your inferior technology is what it is.
Oh, she cut out.
Seriously? Oh no. Oh no.
Tune in next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
You see that?
Will Josephine finish her rant?
My little PC just up here.
Yeah, hear you now.
Oh, okay. So what happens is the newest
So
software
what happened there?
version.
Explain that.
Okay,
Explain
so
this
the
last thing
newest,
that just happened.
so the newest software version allows your phone to connect to your computer, and actually you can see your phone on the computer screen. So when I lift up my phone, it switched over to that. That's what happens. So it says right here, it's connected to Josephine's Mac Air. So, well, that's that new, the new operating system for the Mac just came out. So,
Which I got on my phone. All right.
no, you don't got that one. You got the software version of the iOS 18
On my phone, I got it asked me if I wanted to update. I said yes, and it took a while, and I got the new thing.
Right, but that's like not
you.
for the Mac. The Mac comes with the Mac. The Mac has a different operating system than the iPhone does. So I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, the iOS.
Right.
We got it. Yeah. We got it.
Right,
We're
but
good.
the Mac has Mac OS. It's not the same.
Yeah, we're good. It's all OS. We're good.
Listen. Like I said, see, brother, we're trying to figure out how Last Call can get either Apple Music or YouTube Premium. Because I don't understand how you even looking at commercials. That's crazy.
Well, as somebody who I do not have YouTube Premium, but I do have Apple Music. So I mean, I'm kind of cool.
One or the other, you know what I'm saying? But see, if you had a good phone provider, they like I'm telling you, you can get Apple Music for a discount. And I think Amazon Prime, you can actually get, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube on there. I'm not
Really. So I haven't tried. I do have Prime.
Right. Well, they have all these different things because I know with Amazon Prime now, you can get Grubhub. It comes with so they're like starting to kind of sandwich things together.
See,
I'm trying
like,
to figure out. Go ahead.
I get these things, and then the newest thing, or if I upgrade to another phone, I literally like, okay, could you put everything that I have on my phone? Okay, we can move that over. Okay.
See, I'm the opposite. I try to get rid of everything and then start from zero.
No, I don't. And other than that, like, okay, can it make a phone call? Is Verizon okay? The network is good, and I'm not gonna get drop calls, and that's really all I care about. I don't. But these phones, these computers, all this stuff, even like using Canva and Chat GPT, they do so much more. I just haven't explored them, but sometimes
Man, let me tell you something. Chat GPT will answer some easy questions. You know, Chat GPT, they can make a whole let me tell you, you meal prep Chat GPT. You tell Chat GPT that you can't eat certain things, it will say, and you ask for that recipe, it'll say, well, you don't like this, but here's a recipe for that.
Why do I need somebody to tell me what I already know?
It sounds like Last Call is Will Smith and iRobot right now.
See, I use ChatGPT to prove me right. So that's what I was told. It was like, whenever you want to be right and you know you're right, you'll use ChatGPT because he'll tell you exactly what you're saying. I'm like, nah. I just want you to know that someone agrees with me and it's not another human being. Like, that's all.
That's worrisome. That is worrisome.
I mean, it just takes from a database. But it doesn't have feelings. So, like, it's not going to tell you how it feels. It's really kind of good because, like I said, we tested it, and it doesn't tell you like, well, that will make you feel sad. That's why I won't tell you. No, it just tells you just factual information. It won't, and it'll tell you, well, allegedly, it's been rumored to say, but it will not, never tell you that's what it is.
Chat GPT sounds like the man in a relationship.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what I'm saying. We need logic in this world. I'm not a feeler, so that's the kind of like that's why it works for me because I'm not a feeler.
well, I as I've gotten older, the testosterone has gotten lower and the estrogen is raising, so I've become more of a feeler. And I just want to put that out there.
Well, see, it's the opposite for us. We become a lot stronger. The estrogen lowers. And that's it.
Yeah.
Listen, 3, 4, 5 hot, hot flashes later. I ain't got time for that.
I had my run. I'm okay. I'm okay on the decline. I had my run. So now I know somebody that used ChatGPT to ask them questions about themselves so it can formulate basically like your personality and so to gear your content towards you because it asks you questions and you answer those. It's like 20 questions it asked. I think they said I asked ChatGPT to ask me 20 questions to get to know my personality and my content.
To do what?
So when you go into ChatGPT and you say, hey, ChatGPT, I'm doing an hour show about interludes on music. Could you give me an outline? Not the show, just give me an outline. And for an hour long show, it'll give you from minute 0 to 5, introduction, this and that, Then it'll go from minute 5 to 10. It's going to give you an outline, which you can discuss. But it'll be based on, who you are as a content. Right. So you can communicate with it to work with you. You don't have to, like I said.
That's why you can't let other people, because it's designed for just you. So that's why you can't use it to ask questions as you're somebody else, because then it will now make it another personality that you're not. So it kind of does, because it works good, because I know for a fact that there's things when you go to school, because I have a degree in this field, right, where we learn personalities and people and their type of where they fall in. So it's not surprising, and it was somewhat surprising at the same time, that it knows that that's where I fit, even before I knew. I knew it this whole time, and then ChatGPT told me the same thing. So to you, last call, it would probably be scary, but I'm here to tell you that there's not a lot of personalities in the world. They actually have done this to a science. They used to, before that, they were calling it, they was using your astrology to do it. Well, government jobs, they also go by a set of traits that people have, and to know where you fit in certain jobs, certain lifestyle, things like that. So it's a scientific thing. So don't want to scare you, but that's where
it was based on the time too. It was 50 years ago, was telling women they were going to be housewives.
Yeah. Same test. That's why the Bible should be updated, because it doesn't make it. It didn't say ChatGPT is going to exist. They didn't say the internet. I didn't see one word in the Bible that said internet. Did you guys know? Did you guys know that in the South, people were educated to the 4th grade level?
Oh, I believe that.
Just to learn how to read just the Bible. So that should tell you something. What grade level is it actually really at?
Oh, I believe that.
So when people are trying to cipher it and they have a higher education, it just kind of looks crazy.
Well, chances are a lot of that knowledge isn't. I find with people that you're describing, the knowledge is not transferable. All right, you get them off that track that's where they practice that. They can't talk about anything else, right?
Right. That's why I'm agnostic. So that's why how people are atheists, I'm agnostic. So, but yeah, that's a true fact. When you higher education teaches these things. But yeah, I think I sat in like a civics course, Western Civ, and the first thing that the professor did was she set that book down and she set down the Bible and she said, we're going to go through Western civilization. And so by the end of the course, I'm like, how come there's like no black people, or where are we at in this? And then she said, oh, you're gonna have to take anthropology. And I said, what? So I went and took anthropology. And then the first thing it says in the book was that what a civilization actually is to man. So if man didn't come in contact with those people and don't know how they lived or survived, they're not considered a civilization. So then it said, okay, now let's talk about the civilizations that exist. And so then you learn about the Mertec, Sudan, the Sudan and ancient Sudan, ancient Nubia and stuff like that. 8,000 BCE. So there's so we're all under anthropology. We're not even under history. So that's why you always hear people say, that's his story. That's his story. But then they don't read anthropology to understand where the story actually starts. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting if people want to get into that. But yeah, anthropology is a very, very interesting thing. We learn a lot about our culture, at least.
Indeed.
Yeah, we all do. But anyways, it was nice talking to you, brother of a certain age. I'm all hiding over here on Last Call's channel.
Yeah, man. Look at me, man. Made it. No, I'm joking. I appreciate you guys coming up and having a great conversation. Definitely more of these. Please.
Yep.
Yeah, well, yeah, I've been trying to get up here for a minute because every time you go live, I'm like, oh, I'm working, but let me listen in the clouds.
Oh. Yeah, but the Last Call, like you'll do like a 3:00 p.m., 7 o'clock. And like, so I don't. Yeah, I'm listen. I'm talking shit. I'm the same way. Sometimes I just pop up. You just pop up because I got some time.
They're waiting for my 1 year live, like literally.
Yeah.
See, I'm scared to go live because I go live and it lasts that lasts 7 hours. I said, oh man, I was trying hard to get out. Well, I was doing my hair at the same time, so it took me 7 hours to braid my hair. I literally was multitasking that whole live.
But it was it was a memorable live. It was a good live, memorable, and
when was that?
That was last.
I was gonna say it's been
a year ago.
Yeah, that was a live of a year because it's so right now I'm like, I'm being pushed to go live, but I'm like, okay, I just want to do 2 hours. But what happens is people are not on here at the same time. So what was happening was it was like this open door thing. So different people were coming at different times. So when I just like with you, you're ready to go. Here we come. You're on here for another hour.
So what do you think is a suitable hour? I mean, not just for you guys, but in general, because I don't know as much of the YouTube stuff as you do. What do they say? What do numbers say is a good time to do a live day and time?
Anytime it's convenient for you, people will come, and if they're not busy, they'll and then after a while, when they start seeing the people that show up, they start showing up.
Yeah, it depends. It just depends. Yeah. Like if you, but I would say if you have a spot that you can be where everybody knows on this day at this time, then if you have that spot, then just keep doing that. But if not, like I didn't know that you were live tonight, but I saw that you were live, so I was like, oh, let me get home.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Get home, so I can hop on. So.
And then for me, it's all about supporting people that I've seen that really are trying to do this. So like if I see you're live, I'm going to give you that like and that look and let you know I'm here because I want you to be, you know, I want to bring that positivity and that, let you know, hey, you know, what you're doing is okay. And just don't be worried. Like, don't worry if it's 5 or 10 people. Trust me. I'd rather have 10 good people than 20 misfits.
Hear that?
Yeah.
Hear that?
Especially that's here to tune in. Like I tune in for your personality and your perspective. So
yeah,
if people are not coming for that, if they're looking for you to do something out of your body or whatever, and that's not what you want to do, then don't. You know what I'm saying? I've had plenty of good conversations with you. I kind of know, you know what I'm saying, a little bit about you as far as personality wise. So I don't want to see you doing, you know what I mean? I don't want to see you
keep the integrity.
I want to see. And plus, we're grown. Like at the end of the day, like I said, you can kind of tell those who kind of do this to socialize and then those who do it for other reasons.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I've been doing Wednesdays, so I'm just gonna try to keep it consistent because try to do my ones a week and see how it goes, man. See how it goes.
Yeah, if I'm available, I'm usually available to at least tap in the chat.
Okay.
Not always on the panel because I work 4 days on, 2 days off, so my days off always kind of change a little bit.
Yeah.
But if I'm here, I definitely hop on the panel, man. I fuck with you.
Yeah. Right. Well, you know me. If I catch the replay, I'll let you know. Replay.
Yep.
All right, but we're gonna get with each other about that topic.
The
I think we have
intro interludes.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, I'm gonna work on you last call. I'm be like, you gotta get some type of music app or something.
All right, we'll see. Remember, I used to have a library. I used to DJ, man. And it took me a long time to convert from records to, holy, my first CD was Doggy Style, man. That was the first CD I ever got.
Okay, that's a good first. That's a good first.
Man, look, my first tape that I ever got was EPMD and Finesse and Suppress.
Oh, Sisters of Soul.
Yep.
Sisters Soul. Oh man.
I don't even know my first tape.
My first tape.
We gotta have a music thing. Yeah.
My first tape was LL Cool J, Bigger and Deffer.
Oh, I burned that out. I had 3 of those records. That's how bad I played it.
Now, when I'm feeling like love, like really, really in love with hip hop, is like it's weird because I listened to hip hop a lot, but it was like Del the Funky Homo Sapien when he was with Ice Cube, and then what really made me fall in love with the Bay Area was, you ever see that movie Strap?
Yeah.
There was and they was playing inner city boundaries in there, and I had to figure out what artist that was. And that was Freestyle Fellowship, and that's how I got into Far Side. And then being from where I'm from, a lot of those artists came to the Southwest, and they would do small venues. Like I remember I met Talib Kweli. Everyone always asked me, how you get Talib Kweli to follow you on Instagram? I'm like, because I met him before. Because I met Snoop Dogg before. I met Ice Cube. I met NWA. I met when they filmed Posse, I met all of them. So I was just I'm a hip hop head. And I'm just a girl version of it. That's all.
Yeah, that's the soundtrack. Hip hop and R&B. Well, and to a certain extent, like the MTV, some of the rock songs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the easy listening. That's the soundtrack of our life.
Yeah.
And then they had the box, remember? And then if you couldn't pay for it, you could still kind of hear the music.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah. So, I said, we just need we need like a 40 something and up club. That's what we need.
I think so.
80s, 90s, anybody that's into music who wants to relive that, the Xers, that's what we are.
You got to think of a elite club for us, for real.
Yeah, just online. What I'm saying? They got all these sectors, you can have a music
40 40 and above, and for a brother beyond.
Now look, now I don't. Now look, we don't mind young people wanting to be there because they enjoy the music, but it's but we the big brothers of them, so yeah.
And when I jump off here, I'm about to watch Sisters of Soul, Finessence and Quest. You just hit me with that, like,
man.
I used to love that song, man.
Man, look, you didn't even see on my IG. I have posted one of their videos up there.
IG is like, I was doing it for a while, and then after I did that 75 hard, I kind of
moved away from it.
Yeah, I just didn't have the time to, but I'm gonna get back on it. But
yeah, you know what I like about IG, because I don't really like Facebook, because with IG, all you gotta do is scroll up, and then if you want to hit up somebody, you just message them, and then that's it, and keep it pushing. Everywhere, and plus it's more like, it's kind of like private, because you can block whoever you don't want to talk to. You don't have to have your page open. You can socialize in that small group. So last call, do a little research, maybe ask ChatGPT. No,
you're gonna make me throw this computer across the room is what you're gonna make me do.
No, you just let me tell you, I even have a name for the Instagram account. Let's call it Last Call. put the Public Enemy sign on there and start following the artists that you like, because the artists that I follow, they play their music, or like I saw Killer Mike. He did he had a clip of this stuff that he be just rapping about, and I was like, oh yeah, let me follow him. And then I went on YouTube and I saw some of his interviews and clips. So that's what I do. So my IG looks like people I'm interested in. Now, if they start saying stupid things and start getting into politics, I might unsubscribe. And unsubscribe from Lord Jamar. I didn't know that he was a flat earther.
Yeah, we didn't get to go in there. Maybe next time I'll bring him back up. I get time to air out some of these guys for their craziness.
Oh yeah. He didn't graduate from 9th grade, so that's
maybe 4th grade in the South.
And I only had one question to ask. I asked him a question one time, and he responded to me on IG. I said, I can't believe that you're interviewing Umar Johnson. And he said to me, tune in. It's not what you think. So I've talked to him before. But I only had one question to ask him. Has he ever flown overseas? And if he looked out the window, what does he see over there? Because if he see the curvature, or what does he see?
He's
flat.
He's
had flat. That's what he see.
He's had to have flown overseas, because at one point, Brand Nubian was as big as anybody at one point.
But I don't think that he has gone over there, because like I said, overseas there, man, I love their music. That's one thing y'all got to get into over there, because their rap music on our side is like our music in the 90s. Because they're so into us, like Carl Kanai, they're wearing all the stuff we were wearing in the 90s. But now they're moving towards their own type of music, and I'm telling you, it's crazy.
I like their grime music. I must admit, I like the grime music.
Yeah, I like Stormzy.
Yeah, I found Stormzy. He got he got a real big catalog. I fuck with Stormzy though.
Yeah, see, we gotta talk. See, that's why you need me on here. You need me to come up here and start the conversation about music. Last call, he gonna start it, and we're gonna go there.
If you look, every time I go live, I say, hey, if there's a topic, if there's something you want me to cover, if there's a lane that you think I'll be good in, shoot me an email. I'm always encouraging, because not that I don't have enough stuff to talk about, but I want to talk to people about what they want to talk about and things that connect us more, rather than talking about or separating us more. So if there's something, my email, let me put my email in the back, and then just shoot me an email.
Yeah, because I thought you had a podcast, and I was kind of watching you there.
I did, but I moved away from YouTube. I caught the YouTube bug, I must admit.
I was like, he's gonna start. Somebody's about to do a podcast for real on here. So.
No, I definitely. That's what I started in doing podcasts on audio platforms. But
okay,
I got the YouTube bug coming over here in this goddamn sector.
Man, you listen. You got the most soothing voice. Oh yeah, I have this email. You have the most soothing voice. You very respected. Y'all just sound like mature men, like just like grown. And then here comes Last Call with his mature voice.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Grown people stuff right here. So
listen, we out here, and more of us need to. Come on. I've got like me and the partners. We was pushing Last Call. We like, come on,
you from the partners?
Hell yeah, man! And actually,
you like with Tiz? Oh man, because Tiz was my favorite. I was trying to catch you guys. I didn't know you just ventured off by yourself.
Actually, I was on there often. I'm on there often, like on the panel, and that's the most I've ever done. Collect all these years of anything, that's the longest I've been a part of any panel was the partners, and them and a brother bullied me into doing my own thing.
And hold up now listen, don't let this guy fool you, because him and Tiz, they was roasting my avatar for about a half hour, man. I said, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to support y'all.
I love that you have M'Baku as your avatar, because I remember when that movie came out and I wanted to have that as my screensaver, and then my husband said, you can have this little cartoon version. And it looked like a Lego. He said that could be your screensaver.
Hold on. I got you. Hold on. All right, there you go.
See, I love him. But no, I didn't. You know what? Your name did seem familiar. You was one of the third people that was on there. And I used to drop down. I'd be like, hey, Tiz, because I didn't know the other two.
Okay.
That was good. Yeah. You didn't see me drop down in there every now and then. I'll be like, hey,
I believe so. Yeah, I've seen in a lot of chats. Yeah.
Because Tiz used to come to the sector.
Yeah, and Tiz was heavy in the sector.
Yeah, but he only wanted to talk about real stuff. Like when it was real talk and real conversation, you would see him. But he wasn't for all that drama.
No,
I hear that, man.
And I told him one of the best episodes he did was about DV against women. He erased it, but it was like this 20-minute rant, like emotional, like and I told him, but he ended up erasing it. And but that was like I was already team partners at that time, but like when he did that just I upped it, and I'm like, yeah, I like what these dudes is doing. So
yeah, I love when you guys were like heavily like, and you would go live and it'd just be 4 people in there, but people would be watching in and out. And I love when y'all was doing like your reaction videos. See, that's how much I know y'all.
Those guys. I'm not part of every episode. They refer to me as the 4th partner.
Oh, okay.
So, and like Face might not show up for a while, or Pat might show up, so I would be the 3rd. I'm not like there's 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not those original 3. I'm just more on the outskirts, but they kept inviting me up, and when somebody didn't show or whatever, I'd do the whole show with them a lot of the time. So we have a lot of good ones in the bank, but it's from being on those ones. And then a brother coming out, they're like, hey, you need to do your own thing. And then eventually I was like, all right.
Yeah, because you was doing the DJ stuff. You had some music on it, but listening to you talk, like you got a perspective. I like to I tell people like this is kind of like your voice being out there. And if somebody like I'm not gonna be up here doing or saying anything that I don't do in my real life. So but it gives you. This is a documentation too that you was here, and you have a perspective. You have a unique perspective. This is you one of one. Come up here, enjoy yourself, talk your shit, but talk about the thing that's interesting because you would be talking about them anyway. You just clicking live.
Word.
Yeah, that's why I didn't delete my content, because some part of me wanted to kind of delete it and start. I got another channel though. It's called I'll tell you about it because I don't want the sector to find it, even though about 4 people did find it. But it's a channel just basically like, you know,
It's
whatever.
called YM.
Yeah. it's like whatever my opinion is and how I see it. So but yeah, I'll drop that link and everything. Let me tell you what it's called.
Put it in a private if you don't want to say it.
I forgot.
Yeah, because there was at one point.
But I'm starting. Let me go to my other. Look, I gotta go to my other browser to pull up my other channel. Look,
Yeah, because at one point there was like 6 people in here and nobody was chatting, so there was people in here watching. So
yeah,
data collectors, man.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me record her voice and then do an analysis and put it in chat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got to get her voice down.
We ran her off, and now we found where she's at. Mm-hmm.
Don't pull me into your madness.
Well, you know, the thing about it is that people are going to they're going to feel some kind of way. They're going to hate from a distance. So
yeah.
You know, some people, you know, remember we can be a very jealous-hearted culture, society. Like we are, unfortunately, we have that crabs in the barrel mentality. Okay, so here's the channel right here. That's the channel. And you go, there's lit. There's only like one video on there too, and it's like really. I love this guy's perspective, and that's why I posted it.
I got you. I'm subbed.
Okay.
I don't know if I could press that. I gotta press it after. I don't want to lose anything. I don't have that confidence.
Okay. But yeah, so yeah, that's the channel that I like really want to put. So this channel, I've grown a lot from this channel. I think what happened was I said, if I get 50 subs, I'll go live. And then that day,
you said it loud, and then we all
subs.
we all went over. Yes.
Because I think I was on Max V's panel and I said it. I said, if I get 50 subs, I'll go live. They're like, oh, you should go live. I went live, and then he was like my first person that I was like, I was with.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, to me, I look back, it's history. It's growth. It's like where I started in the beginning. Because when you first start going live, you're just nervous. There's nerves. You're like, what am I going to say?
I'm honest. I'm nervous every time, no matter what. When I press,
really?
Yeah, I'm nervous every time, and I just am. This is the way I am. But I like once I go live, I'm just there and I'm talking. So you know, it's like when I play football, I was always nervous before the game, but that first hit, I'm okay. I made contact, and now it's just football. So that's
killer.
I agree with you too. I'm nervous all the time, but at the same time, it's like, you know, you rise to the occasion.
Yeah.
You know, you stand up and you say, okay. Let me see what I can do. And plus, you know, I talk every day. Like I'm in a position where I'm like in leadership. So it's like, yeah, when you're in leadership, you're supposed to. Now, I prefer to be in the back. So people are saying they're like, oh, you're an introvert? I'm like, yeah, I really am an introvert. But I can't stand to listen. My computer's still going off and I'm not even working anymore. But yeah, so you know, I like what makes me get on a panel is more of like a mature discussion. Like if it's a topic that's like really moving towards something or some type of telling, you know, a storytelling or something like that. All the arguing, I can't argue. I'm very soft spoken. Like I said, they say I'm slow. I can't go back and forth with you. I'm sorry.
Listen, I'm I'm boring, I'm monotone. It's like all that good stuff. So
I love monotone. That's what people be like, oh, it was like DJ Drama, he's boring, but I love mono. But you know what? It don't matter where it is, people are going to gather somewhere because, like I said in the beginning of this, when I started it, I said people just want somewhere to chat.
Yeah.
That's all.
Sometimes I want to just do that, go live. I've done it a couple of times. Let me just go live and people come in and talk to each other, talk to me, and while I'm working on something, and it usually turns into a good conversation. So people, you're right. People just want to chat and connect. As much as people like they ain't no friends and this and that, we are connecting in some.
That's crap. You know, like I said, you know, we live in a day and age, like I said earlier on. Some of us, we were before this interactive thing, we were in chats and they had like message boards, and we were on those message boards and we were in the chat talking about what's going on in the message boards. Now it's videos. So there's some growth there. And I think that because we've done that earlier on than the younger people, we kind of have a more, you know, we're like a little bit more lax with the, but with them, it's like they out the gate, like, I gotta mess up. I gotta get you.
Yeah. They don't do nothing. There's nothing else for them that they're doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say we was outside.
It would be established life, and this is like an extra thing. You know?
We was outside. We when you came home when you was a kid, your mother told you to go outside.
And now like we love to be at home because we paying for it. All this money. You know, listen, if I gotta pay electricity, I'm gonna use this electricity. You hear me?
Absolutely. The amount of time
I'm gonna lay in it.
We trying to stay ahead of inflation and all this other stuff. Yeah. So when and I don't need it, you know, the things that a lot of the stuff I have, I don't necessarily need, but I do like comfort, and I'm a bit spoiled. So
you work for it, man. You work for it.
Yeah, exactly. We're middle aged. We're just trying to be here. You know, that's it. Because some of us, I'm not saying me, some of us is working just to have medical insurance, to be honest with you. So, when you get like older, you really gotta I don't want to fall down. Like, I don't want to fall down. I don't want to hurt my knee. I want to, be more active, so being on here is just, it's only 24 hours in a day. And so we could be entertained by watching movies, TV, and then this is entertainment. But at the end of the day, I hope this is not disrupting your sleep.
Right.
You're not missing meals behind this, You go to the doctor and the doctor says, why your blood pressure so high? Oh, because I'm on YouTube. Like,
you want to know why? Buyer beware. That's why.
Exactly.
Have you heard of the sector? This is why.
I will tell you this right now. If you go to a therapist and tell the therapist where you're at, they're going to say, well, maybe you should go, do something else. Like, what other things you like to do? That's when they're gonna route you to something else.
This is Wonderland. This is Alice in Wonderland. We got all the characters. We got Mad Hatters and crazy rabbits and all kind of stuff going on here. But you know what? I must like it because I keep coming back. Yeah, I keep coming back.
Here's the thing: you could be watching Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah. And then listen, believe me, I tried. I just was like, okay, who's gonna get splashed with a glass of wine today?
Yeah. Like I was watching, what is it? I went from watching like 90 Day Fiance. I was like, oh Lord, I don't know which is worse, the fiance or the person that went to go find them. Like what?
I tried to tune into all of it. There was like then I saw one like a commercial for like I don't know the proper way. It was like midgets like falling in.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
was like,
I see that too. I know. No.
I said they just going they got everything. We gonna try to connect every possible scenario and try to make a show about everything. So I was like, yeah, I'm going.
We really gonna be on the internet now because I feel sorry for these young people because they can't even fly women out no more. These men can't shoot. It's sex trafficking. You can't.
You gotta be careful with everything. And same thing, like, and in the line of work I do, one of the things I try to tell, especially young men, is like it's not like you got to be careful because plying these girls with these drinks and taking them home, like they can't consent. So you can't saying it's just a different world. So they definitely have to navigate.
I knew it was over when Sugar Free said he left pimping because they changed the law. I was like, what?
Sugar Free.
It's the oldest profession in the world. And he said, I don't know if it's true, but he said, man, I stopped pimping when they changed the law.
You can't cross the city or state line. I guess he.
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen.
And he was doing bad anyway, so I don't know what that was all about. But everybody goes on Vlad TV, so
yeah. That's another whole conversation. I was talking to Identity about it, how like there was like this whole thing about
Identity, shout out.
Yeah, there was this whole thing about like Cat Williams when he was talking about people that had to wear dresses, but he came in the game as a pimp, and I was arguing that pimp culture did more damage than Flip Wilson putting on a woman's or Martin Lawrence and stuff like that. But I didn't. He encouraged me to go ahead and do it because I was like, I felt like the time passed, but he was like, do it anyway. I didn't do it, but
because you gotta remember Foxy Brown black exploitation movies.
Yeah,
come on now, like are you kidding me? Like Foxy Brown, come on. I saw those. Man, Dolomite. I used to when I was a kid. I used to see those movies, right? Like we would sneak and watch them, right? And I was like, what is this? Is this real? Like is this, and then you go back and watch them. I'm like, whoa, this
over
is
the top.
Yeah, this is abusive. So look, a man wearing a dress versus you walking around and slapping women in the movies and stuff like that, dragging,
taking them, going to a bus station and finding a 14, 15-year-old runaway, like that's what that was. So I would argue that that culture is I wouldn't like coming into a movie role, because that's what my thing was. That's what Cat came in. He came in as a pimp.
Right, and so that's why I'll never forget this line. Give me my money, Joe. I don't know if you ever seen that clip where that lady was standing there.
Is it where he takes the money out the purse or something?
Yeah, he stole her money. He said, I shouldn't give you nothing. And then she kicked him and he went flying out the door.
You talking about Dolomite?
Yeah, it's one of those.
He way over the top. Like,
yeah, he was like the word. I didn't realize how bad his movies were until because I used to listen to my parents had the records. So I used to listen to the records, but I didn't tie the two together that was his movies too. But I didn't know about how bad he was until Eddie Murphy did them.
Yeah, that was a good movie. Eddie Murphy.
Yeah, I love.
That was a subdued version. That was a subdued version of him, I believe.
Yeah, I know. I had to go back and watch him, and I said, "Oh Lord, he was terrible. These movies were terrible.
Terrible. The messaging, the treatment of the women, it was just terrible." So that's why I was saying, like, the uproar about black men wearing dresses and as opposed to coming in as a drug dealer or a pimp. Like, I would argue that when that role is more damaging. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing.
Yeah, look, we got a whole bunch of topics. Look, this is what I need
Got
you to
stuff to
do,
get to.
brother of a certain age.
Okay.
I need you to just write on a note, just different topics.
Hold on, let me get my whiteboard out. Go ahead.
No, you just brainstorm. You just, put it to the side. Like I take a lot of notes.
Yeah.
I may not follow. Look, I'm surprised I finished a video finally because I have videos that I've made that I've never released.
Yeah, I got a lot of that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, these are good topics. I think that there is a little audience for it. And then now they're doing this thing where you do it upright. If you do it upright, you get more people just kind of going through.
I was messing in Canva with some portrait backgrounds too that'll fit in and messing around with them. So I'm gonna do those things too.
You got the professional version of Canva?
Yes, I had to because when I first got it, I was the watermarks like all the nice stuff.
Yeah.
Like so, I was like, I don't even want to.
I don't even know what those look like because the first time I got it, and then they tried to raise it, and then it went back down again because they were trying to pull a StreamYard, and it didn't work.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. That's the thing too. I'm keeping StreamYard for at least the next year, and I'm hoping that they roll out some other stuff. But if they don't, I had a good run with them. I'll move on.
Yeah, see, the thing about it is, I try Restream. Then there's Melon. Then there's this new one that everyone's kind of trying. It's just not user friendly when people are trying to get on your panel because StreamYard is the only one that has the app. And what I noticed is that when you have the link, people always will have the link. Like because when I went, I said, "Why is all these names here?" And it's people's links from their live. So when they go live, their link stays there. So that's
talking about that EV Mux?
No, the StreamYard. If you access StreamYard from the app itself, you just paste the link. It actually has the link in there. So what I noticed is that StreamYard is just user friendly to the audience, but the other ones are not user friendly because people are afraid of their identity being exposed. So that's the reason why they use StreamYard. Because StreamYard, you can come up there and sign in as, I don't know how they saying they authenticating people, but the other ones, you really can't authenticate who they are.
Right. No, I think StreamYard is extremely user friendly. I'm used to it. I got tons of like this stuff I haven't used that's up in my branding and all that. I just haven't gotten to it, but it's like stuff that I created in Canva and things that I've done, and it's all in there waiting to be used. So I got all this stuff, and I'm like, I'm not getting rid of all this. Yeah, I'll take the next year, and probably about halfway through this year, I'll start to look at some stuff and play around with it to see if it's user friendly and price ratings. But I'm not pressed about the price. I just canceled some memberships that people weren't doing anything. I was just trying to support their memberships. Just canceled.
Yeah, so you just move the money somewhere else. But that's like with me. I was like, should I pay for StreamYard? I don't go live that much, so like it's like, should I? But if I go live, I'm gonna pay for it that month. But who knows? But yeah, it's not like compared to what other things can do. StreamYard is very basic compared to what. Yeah, but it's just more user friendly.
Right. I think the adding the like the video background in the last couple of like stuff like that could allows you to be a little bit more creative. They got a little ways to go, but I'm not super tech savvy, so I'm one thing at a time for me.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I'm I get tech savvy because it like once you learn the basic foundation of everything, it doesn't take long. It doesn't take a long time to figure out things to see, and so for me, that's how it is. So I can bounce from machine to application. That's why I can tell what application or what software people are using when they go live. Like I was like, oh man, they're using they're using this one software because it does when they use software that does everything for them and makes the whole video for them. I know exactly what they're using because they have standard templates, and nobody wants to spend $100 to do it. The free version is always there. So,
right.
Hey, Stefanie.
Damn, you guys done woke up the dead. You got the frauding and charlatans in the house. What's up?
Like, oh, let me go all you here. Well, I'm about to dip out, but nice talking to you, brother. At a certain age, I'll reach out to you. And last call, I'll find you somewhere. But if you ever create that IG account, let me know, and then I'll add you.
All right, we'll see. I can see you defrauding. Did we get knocked off or what? All right, guys.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
I'm gonna be powering down here.
Yeah.
Back at the show.
Oh, that's old school.
That is old school.
You know
what? You could see defrauding, right?
Yeah, I see him. It says, "Damn, why people leaving when I arrived." Defrauding. Just click that live button. We'll all move over to your channel.
Oh, true. Could do that. I got to get some food in the meantime, though.
Yeah, no, I gotta refresh my drink and
defrauding. You going live?
I will. I'm gonna do a little YouTube surfing for a little bit. I don't know if I will because I'm at the end of my day. I don't work tonight, so I'm a little tired. But if I get the inkling, because what time is it where you at?
11:20.
Okay, so you in the same. Okay, you in the same time.
I had a full day,
Yeah, no, so it's the same time here. So if after I'm gonna just get me a nice tall glass of ice water and come back upstairs and peruse YouTube for a little bit. And if I get the inkling, I'll go live, but I can't guarantee it.
All right, cool, man. I'll look for you, man.
Yes.
What does defrauding say? I want to, but tonight I'm making my video. All right, he's doing something else over there.
All right, cool. All right, man. Well, thanks for having me up. Appreciate it. And seems like you got some homework to do.
It seems that way, man. Again, thank you so much, man. Always appreciate your company coming up here, and you're invited anytime. So please, when you see you live, jump up on here.
Yes, sir. All right, peace. Be safe.
All right, man. We'll do. Peace. All right, man. Woo. Well, we went on for a long one today. Defrauding, I think I'm shutting it down soon. We are on almost 4.5 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, oh, is that all right? Is that an okay job? Did the sound come through okay, you think? Yes, we are powering down right now. I think this is probably the longest live I've had. Appreciate it, man. We had a few people come through tonight. Stefanie jumping up on there. Always appreciate you coming through. Empress Goddess was in the house early. Thank you for coming through. Keeper checking on us. Thank you for coming through. And Josephine, I think this is one of the first times we got a chance to hear you out a bit and have a conversation with you, and definitely appreciated that. And even though you were talking crap about my technology, when your technology cut out, mine's still going. And of course, brother of a certain age, man, always good. You know, you fam in there, man. You're one of the people who got me started in this, and I am so glad that I did. You know. So I am going to continue, you know, doing this. Hopefully, if you go back for 3.5 hours ago or so when I started this live, my agenda was to cover a few things. I guess for the first few times I came on here, my agenda was to cover some things that I see in the news or was hitting on the YouTube streets. You know, not that Hollywood, that sleuth garbage, but you know, some of the things people talking about, I guess. So I come here to talk about them and give an opinion. When I see people kind of back and forth on if you should just show up with a topic. What should I do? Show up with a topic. Keep my little schedule. And another great supporter, better late than never, man. The frauding charlatans showing up on the scene. I can't wait to see what you did with the vocals on there and how it all comes together. Glad I was able to do that. So, you know, if you got anything else, you know, I'm glad you invited me in to do that. And I know it's going to come out great, man. So continue to do your thing, and we'll definitely be catching up on that. Other than that, have a good night, everybody. Replay gang, respect. Thanks for coming through. Be good.